The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for a call of the House.
Call of the House has been requested. I need a show of hands. The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. In a few moments, Mr. Schiebel, please be sure to call the names for those who are absent, and we will then ask our sergeants to go find who's missing.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Byrd, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Caldwell, Carter, Clifford, DeGraff, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia-Sander, Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Leader, Lindstedt, Luck, Mabry, Marshall, Morrow, Pascal, Puglisi, Richardson, Sirota, Stewart K, Stewart R, Story, Weinberg, Winter, Woog, and Zokai.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference. Mr. Schiebel, thank you.
Committee on Health and Human Services, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following Senate Bills 2 and 3 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
The House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the following bills be made special orders on Friday, August 22nd, 2025 at 5:19 p.m. House Bill 1003, House Bill 1004, House Bill 1005, and House Bill 1006.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Friday, August 22nd, 2025 at 5:19 p.m. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on House Bill 1003 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 22nd, 2025.
The motion before us, members pursuant. Representative Luck. Representative Luck. A hug in the well. That was a good moment for all of us. Let me proceed. The motion before us, pursuant to House Rule 14, is that debate on House Bill 1003 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 22nd. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a majority of all members elected to pass. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Taggart and Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 23 no, 1 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is adopted. Debate on House Bill 1003 is limited to 1 hour. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on House Bill 1004 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 22nd, 2025.
Members, again, this is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E, requires a majority of the members to pass. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 23 no, 1 excused, and 1 vacancy, the motion is adopted and debate is limited to 1 hour on House Bill 1004. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on House Bill 1005 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 22nd, 2025.
The motion before us is that debate on Bill 1005 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 22nd. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 24 no, 1 excused, and 1 vacancy, debate on House Bill 1005 is limited to 1 hour. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that debate on House Bill 1006 be limited to 1 hour during special orders today, August 22nd, 2025.
The motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14. Debate be limited on House Bill 1006. to 1 hour during special orders today, August 22nd. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 24 no, 1 excused, 1 vacancy, debate on House Bill 1006 is limited to 1 hour. Representative Wilford. Thank you. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Wilford will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folder on your box account. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader and the coat rule is now relaxed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 25B 10003.
House Bill 1003 by Representatives Mabry and Basenecker, also Senators Weissman and Gonzalez, concerning adjustments to the insurance premium tax rate tax expenditure for a home office or regional home office.
Debate on House Bill 1003 is limited to 1 hour, and we will start the clock now at 5:28 p.m. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 25B 1003 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report. And actually, before you do that, let's start this off on the right foot. Thank you. Okay, Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we moved an amendment that made some clarifications to the legislative declaration at the advisement of the Attorney General's office. And then we also had a date clarification in the bill. Nothing substantive in there in terms of the date clarification. It was just worded a little awkwardly, and so we cleared that up. We do have a double and that resulted from that drafting, and so we would I move Amendment L004 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Amendment L004 has been properly moved and is now displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just simply deletes a second and redundant "and" from the bill, and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L004 is adopted. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we are here today in a special session because Colorado is facing a budget crisis, but it is not a budget crisis due to state mismanagement. We passed a balanced budget. It is due to Donald Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill. And I bet the richest 1% in this country agree that that bill is big and beautiful because it represented one of the largest upward transfers of wealth in American history. By design, the goal of the bill was to take from programs that working families depend on and give to the ultra-rich. It paired massive cuts to Medicaid and food assistance with even larger tax breaks for corporations and the wealthy. More than 70% of the net tax cuts will go to the richest fifth of Americans. Only 10% will go to the middle fifth and less than 1% to the poorest fifth, while that same 1% is going to face cuts to programs like Medicaid and food stamps. As a result of the Medicaid cuts, we're going to look at potential closures of hospitals in rural parts of our state, and more than 100,000 Coloradans could lose their health care coverage. The richest 1% of Americans will receive a total of $117 billion in net tax cuts in 2026. The effects of this policy on the lowest income Americans are entirely offset by Trump's tariffs. For the bottom 40% of Americans, the tariffs impose a cost that is greater than the tax cuts they will receive under this legislation. And so as a result of making those decisions, we have to decide how we're going to deal with the $1.2 billion hole that's been blown in our budget, which takes us to the Regional Home Office Tax Credit. This is a tax credit that we give to insurance companies if they employ a certain percentage of their workforce here in the state of Colorado. That's 2.5% of their workforce. If you have 2.5% of your workforce in the state of Colorado and you're an insurance company, you receive a 50% tax cut. That's $70 million. That's money that could go to healthcare, food security, schools. Instead, it flows straight into the coffers of some of the most wealthy insurance companies in the nation. These companies do not need subsidies. And I was glad to hear in the committee how one of the biggest opponents of this legislation, they're proud to be strong citizens of Colorado Springs. They talk about how dedicated they are to that community. Well, being a good citizen also means paying your fair share in taxes when we're looking at cutting food stamps and fully funding our schools. USAA reported net profits of nearly $4 billion. At the same time, their outgoing CEO was paid about $10 million, which was a 412% increase since 20 20. Meanwhile, consumers, we're seeing rate hikes. And let's talk about the benefit that company received under this program. $16 million. $16 million. Well, how many people do they employ here in the state of Colorado? They employ 1,521 people. That is a per employee subsidy of about $11,000. So we gave a company $16 million that had $4 billion in profits and whose CEO made $10 million last year. Every dollar we waste on this tax credit is a dollar that we could use to preserve Medicaid coverage, to protect SNAP, and to feed hungry families, shore up our classrooms, and our first responders. This is about fairness and what our priorities are. Are we going to choose corporate welfare, or are we going to choose food stamps and Medicaid? I urge my colleagues to vote yes on 1003.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a little bit of information to share with my colleagues here, but certainly folks watching, regarding where this policy move came from and why we're contemplating it at this time. It is worth noting that this is not the first time that the regional home office rate reduction has been contemplated by this legislature, and there's a very good reason for that. Typically, when we make a policy shift, we like to have it backed up by good data, and in this case, we have two state auditor reports, one from 2020 and one from 2025, which illuminate the relative ineffective manner in which this tax credit is being offered and then implemented in Colorado. I want to mention that the purpose of the tax credit is very clear. The regional home office rate reduction is designed, and this is important, to create an incentive for insurance companies to maintain a substantial workforce presence in the state. We offer this tax credit because we believe that doing so brings folks to our state into jobs that are meaningful for our economy. It is also worth noting that a tax credit is often offered because there's activity around the margins that would otherwise not be possible, right? We need to incentivize that through some sort of lucrative deal at the state to make sure that margins are accounted for and that folks who are otherwise not going to be able to attain those jobs in our state could do so. However, the data shows a very different story in terms of the efficacy of this rate reduction. When we look at the data between 2022 and 2024, and this comes from the March 2025 Office of the State Auditor report, between 22 and 24, 15 of the 18 insurance groups that qualified for the RHO rate reduction reported a decrease in Colorado jobs, collectively cutting about 4,300 jobs in our state while receiving $17.5 million in credits. I want to say that again. For the benefit of us paying those companies $17.5 million, they gave us 4,300 less jobs. If you would take that deal, I have a bridge to sell you across the way. I want to say as well that when we think about how things actually work in this state, we are obligated as a legislature to evaluate whether or not these measures are actually working. That is our job as a legislature. We control the purse strings, and if we are spending $17.5 million just to lose 4,300 jobs, I would suggest that this credit is not working as intended. This has been on the books for 65 years. It was passed into law in 1959. Through both the 2020 and 2025 auditor reports, it is clear that the RHO rate reduction cuts qualifiers' insurance tax liability in half, while they also cut jobs in our state. That is not a good investment. So the reason why this is on the books for us today is simply because we have good data to show that at the end of the day, and this also comes from the state auditor report, factors other than tax incentives are driving insurance companies' location decisions. Our tax credit in the state of Colorado is the second most lucrative in the United States, and we are losing jobs. If we can't, as a body, say that this is a tax credit that has done its work and has seen its time, and we're going to throw away $17.5 million, actually next year it will be closer to $90 million, simply for the privilege of losing jobs in our state, that makes no sense to me. In fact, When we looked at the data behind what happened to RHO or insurance companies that lost their RHO rate reduction because of the 2021 bill, they all said this. Those companies that lost their rate reduction said simply that they had no intention of requalifying it by bringing more employees into our state, and in fact, it didn't play a role in lowering premiums, and the loss of that rate reduction had no bearing on their premiums overall because they took it as profit. The story that this is somehow subsidizing lower rates for the Colorado consumer is simply not borne out in fact. RHO rate reduction does not mean you get a lower rate. It means that the insurance company gets a little more money in profit. And I don't begrudge anyone a profit. And I don't begrudge our insurance companies for taking advantage of this rate reduction. However, you have to ask the question, is this actually doing what it's intended to do? And if you can't bear that out in data, that the insurance companies are actually telling us themselves, then we need to consider that as a body. That is our jobs here. So the why for the bill is simply because this is a tax credit that has done its job and has seen its day. The implications of not passing this, however, are dire. When I go back to my district at the end of this special session, Sunday, maybe Monday, Tuesday perhaps, okay. When I go back to my district, here's what I have to say. I can either say that we evaluated an ineffective tax credit and we repealed it, or we made cuts to K-12. I can either say we evaluated an ineffective tax credit that is actually costing us jobs, or we cut health care. I can say we evaluated an ineffective tax credit that costs us $90 million in the next fiscal year, or we were able to put food on your table because otherwise SNAP benefits would have been cut. I know what story I want to tell my constituents when I go back. I do not begrudge the insurance industry for their profits. I do not begrudge them for taking advantage of this for so long, but the landscape has fundamentally changed. And if we do not recognize that as a body and take action, which puts our priorities first, and our priorities are the people we serve. Our priorities are working families. Our priorities are folks who are trying to figure out what it means if they're going to be able to get health care, if they're going to have food on their tables, and how they could possibly afford to be a teacher in our state, given what we pay them. This is our chance to write this tax credit and write our story for what it means to do tax policy effectively and efficiently in the state of Colorado, and so I would ask for your yes vote.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did yesterday in committee, but I want to address this again. I have heard with the opening every bill, the outrage and the outrage against the current administration because you believe that they are suppressing the state. Well, I hope my colleagues would also tell the governor the same thing as he threatens communities that don't want to go along with his housing plan. He wants to hold $280 million from counties that don't agree with what state government is doing. Now, in the spirit of what you just said, I think that that would be something that would track. Because the sovereignty of my counties and my district, according to your argument, is no different than what you claim the sovereignty of Colorado is to the nation. So I would ask you that you carry your outrage into this as well. Get a hold of the governor and let him know that, I mean, he calls this policy, but I call it hypocrisy. In good faith, I hear it over and over and over again, but this man is doing the same thing to counties in this state that you claim the federal government is doing to you. And it's hard for me to sit here and see that and not see you all call him out the same way. So I would ask you, if you do that, please do the same for my counties. $280 million. You don't get in line, we take your money. That's what he has said. The other thing, to one of my good colleagues, we have the same priorities. We just have a different way of getting there. I think that's the confusion about this. And I will say what I said earlier. Republicans have good ideas. We want good schools. We want good health care. We want all the things you want. We just have a different way of getting there. Frankly, I think a better way. It's like you think your way is the better way. History will tell. History will tell. History tells everything. But I just want to level set like I did in committee, please. If we're going to be calling the federal government out for what they're doing. We need to look in our own sandbox, because it's pretty hypocritical to fight against one and not fight against the other. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate you all. And with that, I urge a no vote on the bill.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to reiterate what my fellow colleague just said. On pretty much all the bills that have been coming up, I think a lot of the blame is going on President Donald Trump and H.R. 1. Obviously, we have reiterated this bill after bill as well, that's not the case. It's something that we've had a problem with, this structural budget problem for years before President Donald Trump came back into office, or even H.R. 1 was signed into law. That being said, coming to this bill, there are plenty of ways that we can fix this budget deficit. We've presented a lot of them yesterday, and most of them, if not all, were voted down. This is not one of those ways that I think, and many of my colleagues over here think, that is going to actually fix a problem. It's actually going to make it worse. The way I say that is because when you're taking away a tax incentive to an industry that employs in the state and sells a product in the state, you're actually doing the opposite of what you want to do, is lower insurance costs, which in turn will save, in your mind, save money to the state. But any business, any industry, any business in this state, in this nation, when you are regulated or obligated to pay more overhead, pay more to do business, that business is not going to take on that hit. They have to readjust their pricing to be able to make a profit. So when they're making less money, when they're paying out more, of course, that's going to trickle down to the consumer, which in turn will raise the insurance rates. So if we want to save the state money and at the same time save the people money, this is the wrong way about going about this. There are plenty of other areas we can save the state money and we can get out of this deficit that we're in right now. I presented a bill yesterday, voted down. Many of my colleagues on this side presented bills and they were voted down. We presented a list of money that we tried to save last session. It accumulated to, I believe, was close to $1 billion total that could have saved the state money, all voted down. Now, obviously, we both have our reasons for doing so, but that was the right way of doing it. We are prioritizing the people of Colorado, prioritizing the businesses in Colorado, and we're engaging the businesses to stay in the state, operate in the state, employ our citizens with our options. Now, this bill goes the opposite direction, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many of my colleagues on the right over here. So I urge a no vote, and let's find a different way. Let's find a different way to go about this. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm out of practice.
You did great.
Thank you. Okay, if we're going to keep bashing H.R. 1, we're going to talk about H.R. 1. I am so tired of coming up to the well and saying it. Colorado's $1.2 billion deficit is from excessive state spending growth under Democratic control, which is amplifying the state's budget impact. Let's go over the numbers again, because maybe if I say it enough, we'll remember them. State government spending has grown from $32.2 billion in fiscal year 2020-2021 to $46.5 billion in fiscal year 2025 to 2026. That is even a significant increase even before accounting for HR's impacts. We're not even accounting for that. Healthcare spending has increased 367% over the last 16 years. General fund spending rose 6.5% in fiscal year 2024 over the prior year, reaching $16 billion. which was fought by the Republican Party. We can't keep blaming this on HR 1. I think if you guys post enough social media posts that you're gonna believe it, or make the people of Colorado believe it. They're not believing it. Keep posting. It's good comedic relief for all of us. Thank you for that. It makes me wanna laugh. We appreciate it. What this bill will do, and what they're not gonna tell you it's gonna do, is what all of these bills do. And I think what the prime sponsor just said, I mean, I like the bridge joke. I'm not gonna deny that. The bridge joke was good. Every dollar we waste on this tax credit, is that how you feel? Every dollar we waste on this tax credit? Ask small businesses how they feel about that. Ask the people of Colorado every time their insurance premium goes up, how they feel about that. But that's how you feel every dollar we waste on this tax credit. It's like you're not reading the room. Are you door knocking? Are you holding town halls? Do people in Denver, can they afford to live in this state? Because the people in my district can't. And they would be irate if their representative came up here and said, every dollar we waste on this tax credit. So let me tell you what this bill actually does, because they can put a shiny little bow on it and wrap it with some pretty paper. But let's talk about the realistic things that this bill does. First, this bill is going to increase costs for home-based businesses, higher insurance premiums. If the tax expenditure on home office insurance premiums is removed, businesses will see higher premiums because they will no longer benefit from the tax relief or exemption. And guess what? The big, awesome insurance companies aren't going to say, you know what, let's take that on ourselves. No, they're going to pass it on to small businesses, and then what are small businesses going to do? They're going to pass it on to you, the consumers. It's redundant, it keeps happening. Potential for reduced profitability. Yeah, with increased costs from home insurance office, some businesses will find their overall profit margins shrinking. This is especially true for solo entrepreneurs, freelancers, or small businesses that rely on home offices. We keep talking about oligarchs and corporations. The small people are gonna face the consequences. In many cases, businesses will choose to reduce their coverage or go without certain types of insurance to save on costs. That's what we're having to do in this state. Businesses will relocate or restructure. Businesses are hightailing it out of our state. Again, I feel like Wyoming is behind some of these bills. Eggs, fireworks, this. I mean, is Wyoming, are you guys responsible for this? Because our small businesses are leaving the state of Colorado. Disincentivized for home-based entrepreneurs. So startups, solopreneurs, home offices are often an affordable and attractive option. People don't want to go in, they want to have a home office. Higher insurance costs from the repeal of the tax expenditure could discourage individuals from starting businesses from home or increase the financial burden for those already doing so. Entrepreneurs might be forced to reevaluate whether the savings and overhead outweigh the higher insurance premiums, leading them to reconsider how they structure their businesses. Again, we're the nanny state. God, we have to nanny everyone. We got to nanny whether you get a home office now. There's a lot of people that don't want to be nannied. We can wipe our own bodies. For goodness sake. Financial burden on small businesses. Many small businesses are already navigating challenges related to cash flow, profitability, and operating costs. A high premium tax could be particularly burdensome for businesses that are already struggling to break even or scale. So in summary, you're going to have higher insurance premiums, reduced profitability, de-incentivized startups, possible business relocation, potential rise in consumer prices, increased administrative burden, and a potential decline in remote work adoption. And I would go on, but guess what? We've been Rule 14 again. So sorry, constituents, I only get 5 minutes to talk to you because we have a time limit, like bad little children. Vote no on this bill.
Speaking of time, there is approximately 35 minutes left in this conversation. Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify real quick. We're not talking home offices like the home office you might have in your home. We're talking regional home offices like the significant corporate presence that somebody needs to have in the state of Colorado, plus the 2.5% workforce requirement in order to qualify. So if you choose to do business in your home in a home office, that is not impacted by, nor is it contemplated in this bill. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same set of parameters. I will just close with this. If insurance companies wanted to use this regional home office rate reduction to reduce premiums, they could already be doing it. So the question is, why are they not?
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I heard this bill in appropriations, and we did have a very good, robust discussion. We did have a lot of people testify for this, and we also, of course, did have insurance companies who came out and testified in opposition to this. So my understanding of this bill, repealing the RHO requirement to rate reduction, would in turn affect not only small businesses, but also we know that those costs are not just eaten up by these companies. Everything that's trickled down economics affects the consumers. So you're going to see the rates for insurances increase. You know, I know we're looking for ways to save money given the situation that the state is in. And if there was a way to do it in this bill that would not hurt consumers, I would be all for it. But I think that this bill would hurt consumers indirectly. I know this body has also in past times slapped, whether it's fees or any sort of like tax increase or more burdensome on the business. And they have highlighted that it's not the consumer, they're not going to affect the consumers, but they are in turn, everything that we do when it comes to impacting these businesses and corporations, they all get passed on to the consumer. And so while I appreciate the work that my colleagues have done on this bill, I just think that we're gonna lead to higher insurance rate increase premiums, and I think a lot of businesses are gonna leave the state. While we can also argue that there are a variety of factors that are hurting insurance companies and other businesses to actually stay here in the state, whether it's overregulation, just the environment, and regulatory reform, and insurance, and taxes, and tax credits and the like, repealing these tax credits as well, it would just gives them more incentive to leave to neighboring states, and it hurts our economically, and we would result in job losses and less choice in the market. So I think we should just be careful with this, and I encourage a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Who's next, guys? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been accused over my life of being very logical and rational, and this morning I was called meek and mild. That was a new one for me. My wife would say I'm anal. And by the way, I don't want a bridge. What I would like to bring to your attention is something the bill sponsors also brought to your attention. In the amended bill, there is a paragraph that says, in its evaluation, which was the state auditor, from 2022 through 2024, 15 of the 18 insurers that claimed the tax credit, or tax expenditure, I should say, actually reduced their workforce here in Colorado by 4,300 individuals. Now the law, HB 21-1312, says they have to maintain 2.5% of their national number of employees to in fact get that reduction in the premium tax. Well, then I'll read you what it says at the very end of that paragraph. Moreover, the reduction in the Colorado workforce of those Colorado insurers that claimed the tax expenditure occurred during a period when, this is the important part of that sentence, the number of insurance jobs increased nationally. Hello, folks. If the number of jobs increased nationally, 2.5% should be a bigger number. Not a smaller number, a bigger number. Even for an engineer like myself, that's not a very difficult equation. 2.5% of a bigger number means more employees in Colorado. So if the auditor has found that we have shrunk, something's going wrong in the execution of this premium tax situation, according to your bill. So rather than get back to the department and say, hey, let's make absolutely certain that our calculations are correct before we hand out $15 to $17 million. That only stands to reason. But instead of holding people accountable, God forbid we hold people accountable. Sorry, I shouldn't have used the word God. So rather than say 2.5% and a loss of jobs doesn't add up, what the auditor should have been saying is fix it. And fix it tomorrow so we're not spending $15 to $17 million. But instead of doing that, we throw out the whole concept and say the concept's not working. I agree the concept's not working, but it's not working for a very specific reason. We're not holding people accountable. Because if you go back again, if insurance jobs nationally are growing, 2.5% should lead to a positive in the state of Colorado and not a negative. So the problem I have with this bill is fix it. That would save that $15 to $17 million. I don't have a problem with that. But for goodness sakes, don't throw out a good program because it's not being executed properly. That doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Speaker Pro Tem Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleague for, I think, raising an important point. And we might disagree on the ultimate solution to it, but there is an issue here with the tax credit execution, and I don't disagree with you on that. So I appreciate you flagging it for us. I would say this, however, the difference here is not necessarily the tax credit when you look at what's happening elsewhere. The Office of the State Auditor report actually showed pretty clearly, and I think this is from the 2020 report, it could be from the 2025 report, that there's simply not a clear relationship between employment growth in surrounding states and whether or not those states have a similar rate reduction. So what we find is that in New Mexico, which has the largest insurance industry growth between 1990 and 2018, they actually don't have a similar tax expenditure like we do. Oklahoma, a state with a similar rate reduction to Colorado, saw a significant decline in insurance sector employment, negative 58%. So what we ultimately see is that the tax expenditure or the rate reduction doesn't actually impact the overall employment numbers. It points to the fact, in my opinion, it points to the fact that there are other external factors which are playing into a company's decision to locate a significant percentage of their workforce in a state or not. We could have that conversation. I think that's a really important one to have, right? We've been in conversation with the insurance industry about those pieces. I think that's a really important piece of discussion. However, the question is this working as intended? And I think when we compare to other states who offer a similar rate reduction or no rate reduction, Nebraska, for example, that also has no rate reduction but has a higher concentration of insurance employees overall, we see that the correlation and causation don't match up on this one. And so I think there are some other external factors. The insurance industry, I think, is going to be a valuable conversation partner in sorting some of those things out. And I've had initial conversations with them to say, like, all right, if this isn't doing it, what is it that we can do to bring more employees to our state? Because I think that is a shared goal. And so I appreciate you pointing out the discrepancy there because I think it's a valuable one to highlight.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments. But I'll leave you with one other thing. When we put in the ledge deck this as a rationale, and it points out something's going wrong in the execution within the department, then to me we should strip this out of the bill. If you want to say other states don't have this particular incentive and they're still growing their population of folks that have home offices in their states, I buy that. But when we put in the ledge deck that this is the rationale as to why we do this, that's a red herring. And for those of you that don't know what a red herring is, that's something a term we use in business when we're steering somebody in the wrong direction. This paragraph should not be a part of this ledge deck because it's misleading, because it's literally saying this is the reason we have to change it. And you're standing up here, and I appreciate what you're saying, you're standing up here and basically saying the incentive's not working in comparison with other states. So let's just flat say that. Let's not put a red herring in the middle of a bill, or at the beginning of a bill, I should say.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also liked the reference to the what would have been a colossal waste of money of a bridge to nowhere. This is a bill to nowhere. So, and a red herring, by the way, was dragged across the path of a fox in order to throw off the hounds. So it is a diversionary tactic, in case you were wondering where that came from. But I looked up the bill that this refers to, and then I couldn't figure out what could possibly go wrong with concerning taxation in connection therewith of narrowing the scope of the home insurance premium tax rate reduction in the annual is considered exemption for the insurance premium plan for the purposes of property tax, requiring the actual value of real property to reflect the value of the fee simple estate and requiring personal property to be based on the property's value and use, increasing the per schedule exemption for business personal reimbursing personal local governments for the lost tax revenue for purposes of the sales tax and use, codifying that definition of tangible personal property, including digital goods, and specifying that the tax on sales and purchases of tangible personal property, including in the amounts charged for the mainframe computer access, photocopying, and packing, creating, and disallowing the sales tax vendor fee for retailers with a substantial amount of taxable sales during the filing period for the severance tax on oil and gas, requiring the net back deductions used to determine gross income and direct costs actually paid by the taxpayer, phasing out tax credits and exemptions for the severance tax on coal, and making an appropriation. What could possibly go wrong? So what do we have? We have, what's the penalty here? The problem here is that the benefit the insurance companies receive from the rate of reduction may increase even if companies do not increase the employment in Colorado because the tax benefit is based on premiums collected. And the sponsors are right. Premiums for insurance are skyrocketing. And the funny thing is these premiums are skyrocketing because of legislation passed in this building. We've added WUI code. We've added International Handicap Accessibility Code that has not been written. We already know before that we were talking about a 25% of the housing cost is the regulation. We're jacking up the price of homes. We're imported car theft rings to ship our car parts overseas. That insurance skyrocketed. Everything that this room has done has caused insurance premiums to skyrocket. That does not, that goes into claims. If they were making tons of profit on it, then without any basis, another insurance company would come in and undercut everybody and sell out the insurance. Instead, the insurance companies are telling us they are in shaker. And if you look at California, what they did, what did they do in California? Well, they stopped the growth of insurance rates because that made that was a good emotive appeal for the left. And so then all of a sudden the insurance company said, we can't afford this. We cannot stay in business in California. And then they said, we are going to cancel your policy in 4 months, so you better find a new one. And then they canceled the policy. And then 2 weeks later, there was a massive fire. I'm not saying those are connected, but it looks kind of suspicious. So when you look at the premiums are going up, right? And so we have this, what the sponsors are saying is basically this money, this giant money source of Colorado, which you would say, oh, they will put more employees in Colorado so that they can do. But, you know, this made me think of when my car was hail damaged, probably because of something President Trump did, that they shipped in, I think, people from Nebraska. They shipped in, I think it was a team from Nebraska, because that's where they have all their people. Why do they have them there? This is no secret. The cost of living in these other states is lower. And so instead of having these insurance people in the state of Colorado, it's cheaper to have them in other states where the cost of living is cheaper and then ship them in. And then bring them in and pay the hotels and then the exorbitant, all the hotel fees and everything like that. It It is not rocket science to figure out why these people are not living in Colorado. You've made the cost of living so high in Colorado that they leave Colorado where the premiums are high, where you're saying they're making bank. And I'm not a big fan of insurance, but yesterday I presented a bill to put some of that money in the pockets of Colorado, and I got 8 no's. So don't tell me you're against it, because the majority party in here voted in favor of Big Pharma yesterday because it was a Republican bill. Big Pharma, 8 times. $2.4 billion. This does not even put a substantial amount of money into it, but what it does is it tells people, it tells every business entity that you cannot trust the Colorado legislature, because if they give you an incentive to come to Colorado, 3 years later they'll take it away. I guess 4 years later, because this is talking about a 21 bill. Maybe what we need to get out of is this behavior manipulation of the tax code, which creates all this complexity, which creates all of this stuff that we have to keep track of instead of just doing it simple. This is a bill to nowhere. Talking about dire consequences if this bill is not passed. $71 million, dire consequences. We're not even talking about a tenth of the money that is no longer there because of the bounced budget of the majority party. Writing checks on money that it didn't have. And then when that money wasn't there because they violated the rules of that money, then they complain. Well, now what you're doing is the exact same thing. You're changing the rules on businesses and telling them that, hey, we don't care about the rules that we made for you. We're just going to change it. And if you're changing it down the road, so changing it for fiscal year 25-26, so you're looking at changing the tax code this year. These businesses have made their budgets based on the promise, the completely worthless promise of the General Assembly to have those in there. And why are they not putting the employees in Colorado when they're growing elsewhere? Because Colorado's too expensive. Why is Colorado too expensive? Because of you. It's not hard to figure out why they're not here. It's because of you. We talked about the governor withholding funds because because there are communities that don't want to destroy their property value and turn everything into Calcutta-rado and pack everybody into small urban corridors, gut that, create slums, and remove availability. You're creating higher prices over and over and over, and then you wonder why. I don't know why people are leaving Colorado. Insurance companies are raising premiums because of inflation. They're raising premiums because everything is more expensive because of inflation. Inflation, 22.5% under Bidenomics, praised by you, reduced everybody's costs, reduced the spending power of their money by 22%, but it increased the price of real property by 30%. So now you're spending, if you want anything to do with property, you got to buy. It costs 30% more to spend with money that's 22.5% less valuable. I can't figure out why anybody's leaving Colorado, though. And then you have the claims because of the green agenda. We have bad forestry practices and things burned down. But that's the fault of the insurance company. And then what are the dire consequences? The dire consequences are going back and telling people that they're not going to have their health care and they're not going to have their school. I'm going to guess that the sponsor's not going to go back to his people and go, you know what? If we don't have that $71 million, the governor is not going to be able to have all his green grift programs. He's not going to be able to spend all this money on that. We're not going to have the money to spend on wolves literally gutting our ag and the ranching community. Literally gutting. But we're going to spend money on that. But where do you come through with the dire consequences? You come for schools and roads, which they've already said they're not going to fix anyways because they want to have bike lanes.
All right, Representative Graff, I've
California
tried to
put the
give you a little bit
screws
of
to
leeway.
insurers, and they lost big time. They lost big time. That's what we're doing here. If you want to figure out why insurance rates are going up, look at the cost of housing. You're making it go up. if you make the cost of housing go up, the insurance rates have to go up because the cost of replacing that is going up. I'm certainly not advocating for the bill, but this is not a serious way to address a $1.2 billion shortfall, which is going to be followed by another shortfall, because you're not seriously addressing this, and the only way to seriously address this is to systematically look at the budget and gut the spending that this body is addicted to. I just sat in 2 committees. Both of the committees, in order to save money for the state of Colorado, have a fiscal note. And you know what they're not doing? They're not going to appropriations because those are rubber stamp programs and we're going to spend more money on them in order to save money.
Let's try and bring it back to this bill, okay, please?
So far, the only serious thing about this day has been the pick a penny amendment. And somebody took my pennies.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will speak to the bill. I just wanted to start by reminding folks that regardless of what actions have been taken at the federal level, a few years back, we had 3.6, 3.7 billion in Tabor excess. If we hadn't made choices in this building that reduced that to a mere 300 million, we wouldn't be here. You could do anything you want. You'd be free of the federal government. You could have used that 3.5 billion however you wanted, but we squandered it. And now we have to respect the fact that the federal government's made some decisions that we have to deal with. But to say that it's all their fault doesn't track. We put ourselves in this position of dependency. So with that, HB 25B 1003. I don't like it, I'm against it. On the surface, it claims to align Colorado with other states by repealing the reduced 1% premium tax for insurers that maintain an office here in Colorado. But this isn't simply a matter of alignment. The bill doubles the tax for insurers that employ Colorado workers. It does so in a way that burdens our citizens, undermines business competitiveness, and raises, again, for the 3rd time today, serious constitutional questions under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. The mere fact that we keep trying to explain away in bills why something is somehow Tabor compliant, I think shows that we know it isn't. You know, incidental and de minimis, again, inserted in there. We keep citing one RTD case where budget dust was determined to be de minimis, and it probably was. Something that was generally a rounding error in the RTD budget. But again, now we're looking at $90 million of new revenue to the state. It can't be de minimis. We're here struggling to fill a budget gap. Every penny they're missing now is important to this state. So to just say that somehow it's really important, we're so important we got to come here to a special session to generate $90 million with this bill is now also de minimis and doesn't matter, it does not track. This is a tax increase and it should go to the people. But it's not, and it'll likely be challenged. There's a long list of challenges that are being built and that we'll see soon. So that's kind of the first problem. We probably shouldn't be seeing this as a bill, but as a referred measure. But second, it impacts businesses. By repealing this reduced rate, we are sending again, if they haven't heard it already, a very clear signal to insurers headquartered in Colorado that their investment here does not matter. We're telling them to go ahead and move your back office job somewhere. We'll just tax you the same. Now, it is true that the sponsors mentioned that the state auditor reported that the current structure is flawed. I accept that. I think it's true. That's what I read in the report. But the auditor also noted that other states use targeted, job-based credits to compete for high-paying insurance employment. Instead of referring and improving the incentive, the bill pretty much just eliminates it. We lose a tool for keeping jobs here in Colorado while creating a new liability for Colorado employers and families who will inevitably see their costs rise as they're passed through in the form of higher insurance premiums. Insurance costs in this state have already skyrocketed. Property premiums have climbed by nearly a third in just the last 3 years. Businesses and families are struggling to keep up. You know, in fact, I hope someday to pay off my house, but at this point, that only reduces what I'm paying now by a third with insurance and taxes. This bill adds fuel to the fire at the worst possible time. Finally, in the third place, it impacts our rural and agricultural communities. Those of us who represent rural Colorado know the stakes. Farmers, ranchers, small businesses in our towns rely on affordable property, vehicle, and liability coverage to operate. Unlike in the cities, they often have only one or two carriers willing to write policies. If this tax tightens underwriting or raises rates further, it's not as if they can really afford to shop around. Yeah, it doesn't touch hail crop damage. That's exempt, that's great. But every other line of coverage that keeps a farm or a ranch afloat, from equipment to trucks to liability, is not. Rural communities already face higher costs because of distance, because of risk, because of weather. This bill piles on another burden, and in return, they receive nothing. Nothing at all is coming out of this building to help those of us that represent rural Colorado. And this is in years where the state is already over the Tabor cap. The revenue doesn't improve the general fund. It only increases the refund obligation. So we're taking money in next year just to give it all back. And rural Coloradans will pay more in premiums and again get nothing in return. So to me, it's a false choice. The fact that the current tax reduction is inefficient doesn't mean it's the only alternative to just repeal it. The auditor did recommend a better approach, replace the blunt instrument with a targeted job-linked credit. We didn't go that way. We just accepted the auditor said it's bad, so let's just destroy it. That's not what the auditor recommended. We need to do this in a way that makes more sense. We need to do it in a way that preserves competitiveness, complies with our Constitution, and protects our consumers, protects our citizens. This bill just goes for the easy button, a $90 million a year tax hike disguised as alignment with other states. We're not really solving anything, we're just grabbing more money. We're not balancing the budget. We're not bringing insurance rates down. We're not protecting rural communities. We're not protecting or encouraging job growth. What we're doing is raising taxes without a vote of the people, pushing costs onto businesses and families, and hoping that the courts will look the other way. I mean, eventually, we've put so many shiny things in front of the courts that they will respond. It's not consistent with the values of transparency and accountability in the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and that's something we need to uphold, and we are not. So we may need to do something to fix this. We probably do need to do something to fix this. But using this special session as an excuse to just grab more money is not the right answer. So let's look at a solution that truly targets what the auditor said, what the auditor recommended, something that's targeted, constitutional, and fair. Rural Colorado small businesses and taxpayers across the state deserve nothing else. We can keep railing against insurance companies as big, faceless corporations that deserve to have pain inflicted on them or should be paying more than their fair share. But at the end of the day, what we're doing by this is raising costs on our citizens once again. So I would urge a no vote, and I'm sure we'll be talking about Tabor again and again and again before this evening is over. So thanks for the opportunity to talk to you, and please vote no.
Speaker Pro Tem Bass-Necker, and I do want to note that there is just over 5 minutes left in debate.
I'll keep it short. Thank you, Madam Chair. Two quick points that came up, both in relation to Tabor. The first being the mention of the Tabor surplus, and I want to mention something specific in relation to this bill. If you look at the fiscal note in fiscal year 26 and 27, this bill actually adds to the Tabor surplus. Now you might say, what Tabor surplus? And you'd be right, because President Trump and congressional Republicans took your Tabor surplus through the passage of H.R. 1. When you look at what happened with H.R. 1, we were projected to have a $300 million surplus that would go out to the taxpayer in the form of Tabor refunds. Upon the passage of H.R. 1, Donald Trump said that the taxpayers of Colorado do not get that. Congressional Republicans said you do not get that. When you think about what happened to your Tabor refund, call the president, write your congressperson. It would have taken only one vote from a congressional Republican to say no to H.R. 1. Nobody loved Tabor so much in the state of Colorado to do that. They were fine with taking your Tabor refund when it came to the passage of H.R. 1. When you look at who's actually going to restore surplus to Tabor, it is this bill. If you'd like to have more money in the Tabor refund surplus, this bill does it. However, we cannot stand here and say that we defend Tabor while defending the actions of a Republican Congress and a Republican president that stole your Tabor refund. That is what happened upon the passage of H.R. 1. We might have different opinions about Tabor, and that is fine, but at the end of the day, we're all going to get the same $0 because of the actions of this Republican Congress. I will also add this in terms of the constitutionality of this bill. We have received a legal opinion that shows that it is the only plausible argument for applying Tabor's voter approval in advance of a requirement of such legislation as this would be that the tax policy change directly causes a net revenue gain to the state. However, the Colorado Supreme Court precedent suggests that legislation modifying the criteria that a company must meet to qualify for the RHO rate reduction would not constitute a tax policy change because the $75 million tax revenue gain that might result from the legislation would be both incidental and de minimis. That is from the Colorado Supreme Court. And so at the end of the day, not only does this bill comply with the requirements of Tabor, but you can thank the Republican Congress and President Trump for the $0 that you will receive in the form of a Tabor refund this year. That is money that they stole out of your pocket. We are trying to help Colorado working families have a little bit of hope and a little bit of extra money in their bank accounts at the end of the day. I still ask for a yes vote.
Representative Bottoms, and I do want to note that there are only 2 minutes left for debate.
Thank you, Chair. That's a big pile of Democrat hooey.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since we only have a couple minutes left, I do just want to make one point that we are now, if this bill were to pass, up to $125.6 million of covering that budget shortfall through revenue. Thank you.
Representative Garcia Sander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind people that H.R. 1 actually allows the people to keep more of their money in their pockets. And it's the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that requires government to ask people if they can raise their taxes and raise their fees and increase the government. So the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, or Tabor, is what keeps the leash on government. Thank you. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The vast majority of the tax break in H.R. 1 go to the top 1%. And an analysis by a nonpartisan organization that analyzes fiscal policy suggests that for the bottom 40% of the country, the tax cuts that they got are completely eliminated by Trump's tariffs. I also want to push back on the notion that these are struggling companies that are benefiting from this tax credit, that somehow they're operating on razor-thin margins, and that will lead the insurance companies to have to increase rates here in the state of Colorado. It's simply not true. Again, the company that benefits the most from this made $4 billion in profits. That's not revenue, that's profits. The second company that benefits from this the most made about $8.5 billion in profits. This is pennies To them?
The time for debate has expired.
Vote
Members, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 25B 1003 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. House Bill 1003 as amended is passed. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1004. House Bill 1004.
House Bill 1004 by Representatives Stewart R. and Camacho, also Senators Marchman and Snyder, concerning authorizing the Department of the Treasury to sell tax credits to qualified taxpayers and in connection therewith, transferring the proceeds to the general fund.
Debate for this bill has been limited to 1 hour. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1004 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L009 to the Appropriations Committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Okay, L9 is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment L009 is a technical cleanup bill of a few terms to align them better throughout the bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L9? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L9 is passed. To the committee report. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee report had several amendments that were technical in nature required by the Department of Revenue, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The Appropriations Committee report is passed or adopted. To the bill. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007 to the bill and ask that it be properly displayed.
L7 is properly displayed. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L007 changes the permissive language that the Department of the Treasury is authorized to sell these tax credits, and it changes it to a shall. I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on L7? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L7 is passed. To the bill. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L8 to House Bill 1004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L8 is properly displayed. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a really important amendment because this is a measure that will support first preference of the sale of these tax credits to insurance companies that would otherwise have been eligible to receive the regional home office credit, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on L8? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L8 is passed. To the bill. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L10 to House Bill 1004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L10 is displayed. Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L10 just adds some recommended definitions and additional technical cleanup, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on L10? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. L10 is passed. To the bill. Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, like many of the other bill sponsors today have mentioned, let's be honest with ourselves. The reason why we are here in this special session is not because of a natural disaster. It's not because of a sudden economic collapse outside our control. We are here because of H.R. 1, a measure that destabilized Colorado's budget and forced this legislature back into session to clean up the mess. H.R. 1 created a structural problem we cannot ignore. It took away tools we normally rely on and left a gap in the general fund. That is why we are being asked to take extraordinary action today. This bill authorizes the Department of the Treasury to sell tax credits to corporations and insurance companies that already owe tax in Colorado. They can prepay a portion of their future obligations in exchange for a credit they use later. The proceeds are deposited into the general fund so we can maintain essential services now. There are important limits in this bill. The department may issue up to $125 million in certificates for FY 25 and 26. Credits expire after 2033 and cannot be refunded. The program is capped and temporary. Colleagues, we have been here before. During COVID, where net revenues collapsed almost overnight, we had to use extraordinary tools to keep schools open, to keep healthcare afloat, and to keep communities safe. That crisis was global and unavoidable. The crisis we face today is self-inflicted. H.R. 1 forced us into this position. Today I ask for an aye vote because we cannot leave Colorado's families, institutions exposed. But we should be clear-eyed. This bill is necessary not because of the forces beyond our control, but because of the reckless fiscal choices made in H.R. 1. If you support the Colorado Constitution and the mandate to have a balanced budget and want to deliver these critical services for our constituents, then we demand and urge that you vote yes.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill authorizes the Department of the Treasury to sell two different types of tax credits. One, insurance premium tax credits to insurance companies authorized to do business in Colorado who insure premium tax liability. And now with this additional amendment that was just passed, it is going to prioritize first preference of the sale of these tax credits to companies that otherwise would have qualified for the regional home office credit. Secondly, income tax credits to C Corps who similarly are authorized and incurring tax liability. These purchased credits can be applied by the taxpayer against their respective tax liabilities in a later year, determined by the Treasury with the understanding that no credit can be claimed for a tax liability incurred in a taxable year beginning after 12/31/2033. The aim of this bill is to raise and pull forward $100 million in tax revenue at a discount, effectively pulling forward revenue into the current fiscal year. Proceeds from the sales of both of these tax credits are to be deposited into the general fund. For our constituents who are watching, this is what it looks like to roll up our sleeves and actually govern. This is what it looks like to protect funding for things you care about, like healthcare and education funding. This is what it looks like to do our jobs here in Colorado because Republicans in Congress did not do theirs, and I would urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Representative Taggart. I mean, I can pick somebody. No, I'm sorry. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is everybody familiar with the term oxymoron? This is the most significant oxymoron that I've seen in this legislature. We have spent the last 2 days throwing giant C corporations that are profitable under the bus. that they're greedy, that they don't give back, et cetera, et cetera. And now, for less than $100 million, we're going to give them $125 million worth of tax credits. If that isn't an oxymoron, I don't know what is. For goodness sakes, the same people we're throwing under the bus that are greedy, we're just feeding them. Let's be consistent, folks. If we want their help, let's not be passing legislation that undermines them at the same time. Let's avoid the word oxymoron.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. So we were supposed to be at the fair right now, but H.R. 1 kept us from being at the fair right now. And H.R. 1 is also begging us to sell all of these greedy corporations, all of these tax credits. I mean, we didn't get the memo, apparently. Apparently, H.R. 1 sent it straight to this side, that now we're going to be selling tax credits to the greedy corporations. You know, because of H.R. 1. H.R. 1 put us in the hole last January, $1.2 billion. Now, it's magic, because this is a big H.R. 1. Put us in the hole, 1.2. 30 days after session, this last session, we were again, although we all said we balanced the budget, I never said that, and I've been saying all over the state we didn't. I sit on appropriations. I know we didn't. We shell gamed it really nicely. You know, all of the other stuff where gifts, grants, and donations, those are called shell games. Special districts, shell games. Fines, shell games. But we balanced it. But magically, 30 days later, we're now $880 in the hole again. We just balanced 1.2. H.R. 1 is magic. It reaches in backwards in time. Takes our Tabor refunds. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Now Trump is taking our Tabor refunds. I don't think you know what the word taxpayer bill of rights means. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe nobody's read the law. Because that's not possible unless you live in the magic Democrat kingdom.
Representative Bottoms, the bill title is Sale of Tax Credits. If you could bring it back to that.
Unless you live in the magic sale of tax credit
in
kingdom.
a magical land, please talk about the sale of tax credits. Thank
Ruled
you,
by
sir.
King Polis. And these are the subjects. This is absolutely benign behavior. It is absent of thought process. We're gonna stick it to the little guy because the big guy is the bad guy. That's all we did yesterday was stick it to the little guy. We heard in different committees, you're gonna shut down my taco shop. That was an exact quote from a teenage girl. So we're sticking it to the little guy. Well, yesterday we cleared out all the little guys. Now, this afternoon, it's been all about the big guys. We're going to go after the big guys. Big C corporations, go after the big guys. Except now, we're going to let the big guys give us lots of money and bail them out. Guys, this is truly crazy, crazy thinking. I don't know how, we were just sitting over here talking. I don't know how you can, as a sane individual, take the path we've taken the last 2 days. It makes no sense. How often is the big guy the bad guy, and then we're going to bail out the big guy? We're going to let the big guy own more? We're going to let the big guy buy credits on their own future taxes? This is crazy. This makes no sense. But it's Trump's fault. It's H.R. 1's fault. H.R. 1's asking us, please, give huge, like $100 million, $200 million tax breaks to the big guy. That's how we're gonna do it, Colorado. And Colorado says, hey, that's a great idea. Let's do that. We're not even listening to our own bills. We're not listening to our own talk. We're not listening to their own conversation. This is another thing that has been happening that brings us to this buying the tax credits. We're okay with taxes going along with the federal government as long as we're taking more and more taxes. Let's stay in line with the federal government because the federal government has lost their mind and been raising taxes for 15 years. So let's match that in line with the federal government. That's been the law in Colorado for quite a while now. The very first year that we actually have a president, an actual human that knows which room he's in the building, and he says, hey, let's cut taxes, which helps the whole country and helps Tabor. I still can't get over that we said H.R. 1 addresses attacks Tabor. That's killing me. So, the very first year that we have a president that cuts our taxes, all of a sudden going in line with the federal government, bad. Now we got to stop that. How are we going to do it? Let's let the big greedy corporations have huge, huge tax breaks. Not small ones, huge. This bill is literally the biggest of the greedy corporation tax cut I have ever seen in my life. You're going to get all these credits, you're going to buy these credits up front, and then you get all this benefit back? I can't do that. I don't have that kind of money. I'm not putting my money overseas in other countries either. We do have people that office in this building that can do that stuff. We do have people that can take care, that can benefit from this in this building, but not the commoners, not all of us little people. I can't afford this. It's outside my scope. I'm not a huge, big conglomerate business, evil, greedy business. But let's let them bail us out. We always hate the big guy until maybe the big guy will give us a little bit of money. Then all of a sudden, let's like the big guy. Everything else we've done today, everything else has been big guy bad. Now let's give them this huge tax break. I mean, massive. This is so double standard. This is so manipulative. I can't even believe that we're entertaining this conversation. Big guy bad. Oh wait, you want to give us money? Big guy good. To me, this is literally the political stuff that I got into politics, the disgusting stuff that I got into fight. But keep doing it, keep blaming it HR 1, keep doing this. You're going to help me here in about 15 months.
Hold on one second. Okay. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's just cut to the chase. This is debt. This is debt. We are setting up a debt payment, and then we are going to pay interest in the future. That is debt. What are we not allowed to do with the budget? We're not allowed to go into debt. That is not a balanced budget. This is now more of the bounced budget that has gotten us into this trouble. What you're doing is you're mortgaging the future of Coloradans' expenses, and then you're creating a precedent to start doing all kinds of shenanigans with the budget to mortgage the future of Colorado. This will be another form of debt, I suppose, that is then not classified as debt, like the $3.5 billion or $4.5 billion in debt that's classified as not debt. This is just more shell games. There has not yet been a serious manner in how to deal with the funding. It was previously brought up that $125 million would be what we got. We only have $1 billion to go. This is debt. This is not a serious thing. The purpose of this extraordinary session is just to get us back in here so you can pass more tax and spend, and then you can try to blame H.R. 1 and the fact that it lets people keep money in their pockets, which is something this majority party hates. And again, Colorado, they will not be happy until you have nothing.
Representative Barone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to come up here and start off with, I did agree with one statement one of the sponsors here said during their presentation of this bill. This is self-inflicting. The situation we are in is self-inflicting according to what we did in this body last session. We already knew this, we were going to be in this position before HB 1. JBC warned us we were already $700 million in the hole before HB 1. So I just want to reiterate that that's something that I did agree with one of the sponsors that said that. Coming to the bill, and I don't want to, well, I can repeat it. Yeah, we're feeding the big greedy corporations that we're battling here the last couple days. And this is another bill that's going about the wrong way of how to fix the situation we are in. This is selling tax credits for future use. Now, who's to say when those tax credits can be cashed in? It could be 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years in the future when we have a surplus. That's basically when we can do it, unless we want to be in this situation again when they want to cash in their tax credits. We're not going to allow that. So we're going to let them know when to use when they can cash them in. And where is it coming from? It's most likely going to come out of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights surplus. So now we're taking money out of the citizens' refund and TABOR, Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and paying these big greedy corporations, according to my colleagues. So unintended consequences, something people really can't see or won't see, but this is most likely the situation. And for that reason, I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I hate tax policy. Told you all that in committee yesterday. I really do not like taxes on all sorts of levels. And this falls into tax. I love TABOR. Oh yeah, don't get me started on how much I love the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We can talk about that all day. But in terms of tax policy and the intricacies of it, I'm not really a fan. I'd rather it be just plain and simple, straightforward. Shouldn't take tens of thousands of pages between the federal and state codes to line out, but that's the reality we're in these days. I do find this to be clever, so I give you all props. I think you definitely were thinking with this. It seems a bit risky to me because it requires consent. Then I can see you. It requires consent, unlike a lot of the other bills that we're discussing on the floor. This actually requires that the purchasers consent to purchase. Everything else we've been doing is a mandate that you have to pay these things under threat of punishment. So it's a curious idea, and it makes me wonder whether or not there will be consent and buy-in. So I'm hopeful that you all know that this will actually be sellable at a rate that is viable for this program to work, right? We're trying to close a budget shortfall of $1 billion, and we're expecting up to $100 million to come in as a result of selling these things. So just for the record, we don't know for sure because we can't force anybody to actually give us over their money in exchange for tax credits. Now, some might say, well, it's a no-brainer. Of course you want to buy a tax credit today that you can use at a future date for more, right? Right? Is that so? I buy $100 in tax credits today, and at some future date between now and 2033 that the Department of Revenue gets to establish, if I understand correctly, it will be worth $125. And so why wouldn't people want that? Well, you know, there's always like the depreciating value of money and all of those things that factor in. But why wouldn't they take that risk? So I assume that all of that is kosher and you guys are confident that this will actually come in, because otherwise we're not in a balanced state. What I'm more concerned about, though, is how this impacts on future years between now and 2033, because these tax credits will become available, I assume, once our refund rate, right, once we hit over that cap and we have more money. We're in good times. Right now we're in lean times. Next we should be in, you know, this is dependent on the idea that we're in plentiful times and that we can have the dollars necessary to maintain all of our programs and cover this liability. What happens if that doesn't happen, right? What happens if we're in a situation for the long term between now and 2033 where we can't actually pay this out of any sort of surplus, we're paying it out of programs? Are we just passing hard conversations off to future legislatures? It's kind of a question, but it's also a question for me constitutionally as to, does this in any way qualify as a debt that would be in contravention? I'm getting a no over here that it doesn't, so that's good. And is there any sort of, I don't know, problem in the minds of the people in this room and voting and others that we are not addressing any sort of fiscal cuts that we could make now and instead borrowing from future folks in hopes that in the future we're in a better spot? And if I've mischaracterized any of these things, please come and correct. But thanks. Thanks for allowing for consent.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my good colleague for a very serious question. And I understand you were not in committee, so I will give you a rundown. This model is based off of what we did in COVID under Climber. And under Climber, this essentially similar program was only available to insurance companies because insurance companies have a very solid tax base. They have a very solid and very predictable tax liability. So what we are doing here with one of the many amendments is we're opening this up to C Corps as well, because what we found is that a bigger market gets you a better return on that tax credit. So these will go up for auction, and that auction will be held by the Treasury. The Treasury will then sell these at certain intervals, which you can cash in. And the entire concept here is have a big enough market that people will buy these tax credits and cash them in. If we model this again after we did what we did in Climber in 2020, and we were getting about 80 to 90 cents on the dollar, and you said one thing that's important. You don't know if the tax credit will work. We never know if a tax credit will work. What we can hope for is to generate economic activity that is beneficial to the state, and in this instance, that economic activity is because we have a constitutional requirement to balance the budget. And we are trying to do it in a way that uses the market, that does it in a proven way from 2020, and in an extraordinary situation that we face today. We had just cut the budget, and now we have to find a way to fill the gap yet again. So that is what this program is about. That is why it's proven. And the amendments that we had, I know they went very quickly, but a lot of that was to, one, clean up bill language, one, to adjust for having C corporations in, which was not in the previous program, and to require that the market is bigger so the state can get a better return.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate that. Thank you for that clarification. Is there any concern from the bill sponsors that the risk is increased beyond 2020's situation because we have insurance companies leaving the state, and also because of the conversation that we had earlier this year that approved looking at and developing policy for universal health care here in Colorado, such that some of this market will change drastically if that proposal were to be adopted, let's say, next session?
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. No, there is not a concern right now. The amount of the credit sales has been really thoughtfully crafted to kind of ensure as much as we can, to your point, that we'll be able to sell all of them.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was afraid you didn't see me down here.
To the bill.
Well, the sponsor said this is not a part of a natural disaster, and I would agree it's part of a man-made disaster, and that man-made disaster is made in this room. The other sponsor said that is due to an extraordinary situation. Oh, no, they said extraordinary, but let me be clear. This is an extraordinary situation, and the extraordinary situation in which we find ourselves is that we outspent our means. That's it. That's it. We spent too much. We don't have the money. So what did we do? What did this body do? Because again, before the ink was dry on this bounced budget that you keep bragging about, it was already in shaker. It was already on its way down. It was already predicted to be hundreds of millions of dollars short. So for the people of Colorado, all the gaslighting that's going on about H.R. 1 doing this, that, and the other, we're talking about cuts that are coming in 26 and 27. Not right now. These budget issues were predicted while the budgeting process was going on. And this, let me be very clear again, this is debt. This is a kick the can bill. There's no, this doesn't, we don't even know if this solves anything. This is nothing. Let's look at $100 million over 8 years. Is that a good return on investment? Is that a good ROI? What business in their right mind is going to tie up $100 million over 8 years? These C Corps are C Corps because they know how money works, and the way I just can't imagine that they're going to sign up for 8 years from now being able to get a 25% return. Because if you just looked at, let's say, maybe a 10% return on $100 million, that would be $10 million in 1 year. Let's forget the compound interest, that it would be $11 million for the second time. The second year, you'd make another $10 million. The third year, you'd make another $10 million. There's $30 million in 3 years. Now you have to wait for another 5 years to make less. So I'm kind of curious why, when we're mortgaging the future, and then what did we just look at with a tax credit? A tax credit that is, we're gonna take that away. Whether it was a good idea in the past or not is immaterial. But what the business community in Colorado has got to look at and say, look, the business community, the business environment in Colorado, it's like building on sand. You don't know what you're standing on from day to day. There's no rock, there's no foundation here. Somebody will just come in and dig it out because they need more money. Ooh, that $25 million that we promised? Yeah, we're even worse now. Because while the economies around Colorado are expanding, Colorado's is shrinking. I don't get it. So we're selling tax credits, but I'm kind of curious as to who's going to buy them. Do we have promises that this $100 million, $100 million, 1/10, less than 1/10 of the problem that we're here to address? The way that we deal with this extraordinary problem, because everybody has this problem, is that when you spend more than the money that you take in, you end up with a hole in your budget. This budget was not, the hole in the budget was not created by H.R. 1, no matter how many times you gaslight that. It was not created by H.R. 1. It was created by overspending, and overspending based on money that you did not have. We have $3.5 billion in certificates of participation. This doesn't even begin to address that. That's just a whole fancy game of, well, that's really debt, but it's considered not debt, so it's not debt. It's trans debt. It's debt that identifies as not debt.
Representative DeGraff, I need you to speak to this bill. Do not speak to motives, and certainly do not speak to anything outside of the confines, using anything else to insult our colleagues. Please, to this bill.
I'm just trying to
Please
paint.
speak to the bill.
Ma'am, I'm speaking to the bill, but I'm trying to paint a clear picture for the people of Colorado. This is not money. This is not a fix of the debt. This is hoping that somebody is willing to make a bad investment in Colorado. We're hoping that somebody will make a bad investment in Colorado to help patch a hole in the budget of overspending by the legislature in Colorado. That's all this is. We're not allowed to do this, to take on debt, and that is clearly what this is. We're not allowed to take on debt because what you're doing is you're mortgaging the future of Colorado. And when you start taking on debt and you start to find creative ways to take on debt, you'll find more creative ways to take on debt. And then all of a sudden in 8 years, you just have a whole lot more debt. This is not balancing the budget. This is nowhere close to balancing the budget. This is an insult to the idea of balancing the budget. This is not a responsible manner of handling money. This is going to loan sharks and saying, hey, I gambled the family's mortgage payment for this month, so I'm going to go and I'm going to invest next month's mortgage payment with some loan sharks, and I'm going to hope that works out. That's what we're doing here. Colorado, the Democrats are gambling on your future. They're mortgaging your future, not just your present. They're coming after your future. Again, they will not be happy until you have nothing.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first thought when I heard the sponsors present was already addressed, but we've spent 10 hours vilifying large corporations and insurance companies, and now this bill contemplates crawling to them and asking for them to bail us out with purchase of tax credits. And, you know, we got to pick a side on this one, and we seem to have just switched sides, and now we're going to ask for help from folks that we have clearly illustrated we don't like. But let's back up a little bit. We are here because the state budget is strained. There's a net loss of revenue. There's some Tabor surplus we're able to use, but we're left with $750, $800 million that we gotta find. And that's a lot of money. We struggled mightily, the JBC did, and we debated quite a bit earlier this year trying to fill about $1 billion gap in the current year's budget that's, you know, we closed and now it's reappeared, but we did it by kicking the can down the road in many cases. We didn't address the structural problems then. We're not allowed under the call for this special session to address them now, but at the end of the day, we're looking at less than a 2% shortfall across a budget of $44 billion. You know, we patted ourselves on the back for finding $1 billion to balance that budget earlier this year, you know, that was almost presented as if we were cutting when we weren't, because after cutting $1 billion, we passed a budget that was $3 billion larger than the year before. That's kind of weird government math, and it might make sense to those of us in this room. It does not make sense to our citizens. They don't trust us. They don't trust us, and they shouldn't with their money. And that's probably the reason why we're really reluctant to actually take any ideas to the voters, as we should be doing under the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. But I have no doubt, regardless of the opposition that we're presenting, that under the rules of this House, you don't need to be present to win, you just need to have a majority. And this will pass, but the bill itself asks us to sell tax credits, or in practical terms, we're giving discounts for early payments to raise cash now and paper over this shortfall. On a whiteboard, it may sound clever. The numbers may balance some and close this gap some, but in the real world, it's a cash advance against tomorrow's taxpayers. We don't fix overspending by essentially pawning future revenue. If anybody's ever dealt with a pawn shop, that's not a good return on your investment. You may get the money you need now when you go in to redeem, you're not getting back what you put in. We're just going to make the next shortfall worse. We've seen lots of versions in this. We're a government chasing quick money because we want to fix something in about a 3 or 4 day period. And at the end of the day, through these credit markets, buyers aren't going to pay the face value we're asking for. Typically, anybody smart's going to be buying these credits at probably 75% of what we want for them, and I think that's contemplated in the bill. No sophisticated buyer, no corporation that has an army of tax attorneys and financial folks is going to pay full price for this credit. And that discount that they get is going to be lost public value. It's just more leakage of taxpayer dollars. Our own history with credit-based programs should make us cautious. The conservation easement tax credit, years of overvaluation, disallowed credits, litigation, expensive legislative attempts to unwind the mess. It started with good intentions and it ended with a legal and fiscal thicket that still haunts us to today, and we're just going down the same path again. We do film incentive-style subsidies. They're kind of close to this. The state auditor has found payments without proper documentation and unverified benefits. We've told people we'd get a boom. We get a thud. You know, this isn't good stewardship. It's wishful thinking, and it's got a big price tag on it. And I understand that, well, every bill those of us on our side of the aisle proposed never made it out of committee. We're left with the bills that are before us, and those bills are tremendously constrained by what the governor allowed us to do. But we're not allowed to do the things that make sense. We've got a budget shortfall. We knew we had a structural problem going into this year. We didn't address it. You know, the gap is under 2% of our total budget, as I said. And the responsible path that we're not allowed to take because of the restrictions in this call is simply to trim 2%. Across the board if we have to, or in a targeted way that protects core functions would probably be better, but that would be doable under a different call. What's not responsible is just to grab a cash advance and then congratulate ourselves for solving a problem we're going to face again next year and the year after that if we do not find a way to constrain our spending. I didn't vote for the $44 billion budget, the one that grew by billions of dollars after we said we were trying to find places to cut. We avoided hard choices then. We shouldn't be avoiding them now. And we're winding up putting ourselves in a position to once again pay more later. So I would urge a no vote. There's probably a place for a mechanism like this, but all it does is once again kick the can down the road and leave us with a more expensive problem to face in the past. So appreciate your time and your attention.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Chair. So the previous representative said he didn't know a mechanism that this would work. I do. But let's look at return of investment first, and then I'll explain how we're going to get there. If you assume, as I come across people all the time in this state right now that assumes a couple of basic things. One is we're going to still have a Democrat governor in 26. And they assume that the House is going to look basically like it does right now. Okay? If you assume that,
Representative Bottoms, can you get to the bill? I'm going to allow it just for a couple of seconds. Hopefully we can get to the bill.
yes, my next sentence was to the bill.
Okay, thank you, sir.
If you assume those parameters, if you're a C Corp, you look at, anytime you make an investment, you look at, say, the last 10 years, the last 20 years. Let's look at the last 10 years. We've done nothing but go down in every single parameter in the state of Colorado. Every single thing. Not just financial stuff, And that's not the only thing a court looks at, but in everything, in crime, in regulation. We're the 6th most regulated state in the United States. In every single area, we're second in crime in the United States. When they look at all this, and again, they're making the assumption that basically everything stays the same on the political level. Their return of investment says there is nothing we've seen in the last 10 years that says invest in Colorado. Nothing. We're tanking. We used to have a lot of Tabor surpluses and give those to the people. It's got smaller, smaller, smaller. But somehow that's Trump's fault, right? Again, that one's a good one. But the idea that it gets worse and worse and worse, but we're saying, hey, invest in I know it's tax credit, but it's the same concept. Invest in your own tax credit, because when things get really good, and they're bound to turn around, Democrat governor, Democrat House, Democrat Senate, no changes philosophically, no changes ideologically. Why would you invest in Colorado? It's only going to continue the trend that has been happening. Companies are not looking to invest in Colorado. They're moving out by the droves right now. Why would you invest hoping that somewhere down the line that it's going to have a surplus and that we're going to get all this extra money magically in King Polis's kingdom, and all of a sudden we're going to have that money there to have this return on investment? See, I think there is a solution, but I can't tell you, because that would be campaigning. Reclaim Colorado.
If we are going to continue to get that close to campaigning, perhaps we may not be able to continue to speak in the well. Thank you, sir. Who would like to speak next? Representative Kelty. Representative Kelty. I will remind us that we have around 13 minutes remaining in debate. Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm listening all day, it seems. I want to try to explain this in another way, why this bill is so dangerous, so disastrous for Colorado, as so many other bills that we have passed through this legislation. An absolute disaster. It will cause yet another shortfall in our financials, a drought, so to say, in the long run. The best way I can explain it is with my background. I'll explain it the way I feel that maybe you can understand it. It's kind of like cloud seeding. They say it's so bad. Like this bill, what it ends up doing is when you cloud seed for no reason, and just because, it causes a drought further down the way. You can have all your moisture in one area, where normally, naturally, it would have ended up in another area, but you seeded here, and the rainfall came here. And the rainfall caused a storm, and that's exactly what this bill is going to do. It's going to cause a storm. We're going to get all of our rainfall now, and then later, where we need it, it's not going to be there. Understanding long-term consequences seems to be an issue with our legislation. You're trying to do a quick fix for the here and now without paying attention to the long-term effects. Instead, like we've been saying over and over, we need to cut spending in Colorado. But you won't. You refuse to. We need to greatly change our priorities. But you won't. You refuse to. Instead, it's a gamble. This bill is a gamble. Proposing it is wrong. We cannot gamble. We cannot short sale the financial futures of our state. We cannot mortgage, as my colleague mentioned before, our future financial issues. We must cut our spending. We must change our ways. This is how we came to this disaster that we're in right now. The state of Colorado is financially imploding. And it has nothing to do with anything brought down from DC. It has everything to do with everything that this legislation has been doing over the several years. It's ridiculous. Again, this bill is a gamble. I don't know who in their right mind would even do it to begin with. It's a false promise of a fix. No one who cares about their financial future would partake in this. It's a waste of our time, and we need to get back to actually cutting spending and changing our priorities. I'm asking for a no vote on this bill, as that is what I will be today.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the end of House Bill 25B 1003, we were at 125.6 million towards our budget deficit. With this bill, which says that it could be raised up to $100 million, we would be sitting at $225,600,000. But it will cost $448,000 to implement. So by the end of this bill, we will have $225,152,000 towards the goal of $1 billion. Just keeping everyone posted.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know some of you were disappointed that I just kind of wagged the interest rate there, so I thought I'd just do it really quick. You can do it with the P equals P naught e to the RT equation, which is pretty easy. 125 equals 100 e to the 8r. You do those all, take the natural log of 1.25 divided by r, and you get 2.7%. That's what we want the businesses, the C Corps that understand money, that's what we want them to invest in Colorado. Never mind that our numbers are tanking, except for crime, that's going up. That's going up. Our literacy rate's going down, infrastructure's going down, but by golly, if you invest in Colorado, you big C Corp money grubbing loan sharks, you can get a 2.7% interest rate if we don't renege on that promise. Now, I understand that we did miss the fair. The governor seems to be at the fair. It looks like he's having a grand
DeGraff,
time.
I'm sorry, we are not here to litigate where we are. If you could please talk about the bill and sales tax.
No, ma'am, I'm not litigating where we are. I know where I am. I'm here because the governor told me I had to be here. Well,
Right.
actually, I'm not here because the governor told me I had to be here. The governor issued a proclamation in an executive order, which I think is totally not the right thing to do, but that's another story. And then the legislature responded with rubber stamp-a-palooza. But I missed the bus to go to the fair because we refused to just sit down, shut up, and color. We were told to sit down, shut up, and color about this because these bills are going to happen anyways, no matter what. So people of Colorado, if you're hoping out there that maybe some of this insanity is not going to happen, it is. It doesn't really matter how long we stay here, they're going to pass these bills. Just like we knew all of the bills and the actual cost-cutting measures and my attempt to infuse $2.4 billion into the economy with a known program, we knew all of those would be shot down yesterday. This program is debt. So the money does not even exist yet. So we're debating, we're not even debating. We're just speaking for the opportunity to educate the citizens of Colorado on what an extraordinary situation is in which we find ourselves. And that is spending more than the money that we have. And now, again, the Democrats are trying to gaslight you and say it has something to do with HR1.
Representative DeGraff, I've given you a lot of latitude, but when you speak to what we're trying to do, that is motives, please, again, talk about the sale of tax credits. We have 5 minutes remaining.
Okay. I would like to chat with you afterwards about how the bill was set up by blaming the Republicans in Congress, Senate, and the President, how that was okay, but my correcting the record is not. But let's get back to this. This is tax credits. This is loan sharking. That's what this is. I don't know anybody. I would not invest $100 at 2.7% interest. I don't know why a corporation would. I don't know why we're considering this a serious mechanism. We're just saying, ooh, $25 million, wave that out there like that's going to entice somebody. Maybe it will. I don't know. They're probably not going to buy it for $100 million, like my colleague mentioned. They're going to get a discount because the only way to sell that, they're going to have to get a discount on that $100 million in order to get the $100 million. They're going to get $100 million in certificates, but they'll have to pay something like $75 or $80 million, if that, in order for them to take the risk, because it is all risk. You're wanting them to take a lot of risk. In order to get a very little return. So I don't know who would do that. You can do the equation yourself. Tell me if I'm wrong. P equals P naught e to the RT. It's compound interest. So the only things I've seen today are bills that increase spending. They increase spending, and then with much emotion, they were waved right through appropriations because we don't have to appropriate that money, and right to the General Assembly, right to the COW, the Committee of the Whole. So the only thing I've seen so far, the only way to actually increase revenue in this state was proposed by me, and I was actually a little bit afraid you'd pick up on the pick-a-penny amendment. Because that's the only legitimate way that we've talked this session about closing the hole in our budget. The budget was bounced. This bill, just like every other one we've seen, not a serious effort. It's gaslighting, it's smoke and mirrors, it's made to look like it's something, and it's nothing. There's nothing here. There's nothing in this bill.
Thank you,
It's
Representative
hoped for.
DeGraff. We have 3 minutes remaining.
Ma'am, I don't know if I have 3 minutes of material left.
I would suggest you heed my warnings.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I would heed what?
It's okay. To the bill.
Okay. So all I can say is so far this extraordinary session, more of the same, tax and spend, has been a colossal disappointment. Well, it's not been a disappointment. It's been great fun. But it has been exactly what is expected, because this is exactly what we do for 4 months during the year. The first 4 months of the year. Spend, spend, spend. Not we, you. What the majority party does is spend, spend, spend. So the citizens of Colorado, if you thought the hole in the budget was going to be fixed by the people who made the hole in the budget, that's not going to happen. So may the odds be ever in your favor, because they're not going to help you here.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The good representative is correct. This budget is not being fixed by the people who made these problems. It's being fixed by the people that you see here in this room, who are introducing thoughtful legislation that they have worked incredibly hard on to try and come up with creative solutions to solve, again, this billion-dollar hole in the budget that was not blown in the budget by, frankly, anyone in this room. So I would urge an aye vote.
Representative Camacho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we have been here all day, and we have heard about bills to fix this problem. And I will remind you, we are the majority party. We're responsible for delivering for our constituents, and that's what we are doing. No one is gaslighting anyone. If you feel like you're being gaslit and you're uncomfortable with the policies of your party, then that's someone else's problem. But the people in this room are offering real solutions worth more than the 2 pennies that were at this podium. We are delivering for our constituents. We are solving problems others refuse to. So for that, I urge a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
All I can say is the constituents, your constituents, are clearly not the citizens of Colorado.
Representative DeGraff, I will ask you to think about how you will engage in this well for future debate today. We have 23 seconds remaining in debate. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1004. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. House Bill 1004 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1005.
House Bill 1005 by Representatives Woodrow and McCormick, also Senators Kipp and Winter, concerning the elimination of the sales tax vendor fee that retailers are authorized to retain in connection with collecting and remitting state sales tax.
Debate on this bill is limited to 1 hour. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 25B 1005 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Appropriations Committee, we passed a J amendment which will help this bill be implemented as written, and I urge an I urge an I vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report passes. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, House Bill 1005, has to do with a allowance that has been given for 90 years now, called the vendor fee credit, the vendor fee. And as many of you may know, I have been a small business owner for over 16 and a half years. I'm intimately familiar with the vendor fee and understand its importance back in the day, and also am fully on board with eliminating it today. So we, as small business owners and here in the state of Colorado, we certainly understand what it means to balance a budget and make sure that every dollar that we work for works hard for us. And here in Colorado as a state, we are still spending some of these tax dollars that are due to the state on an outdated policy called the vendor fee. And it was created in 1935, before there were calculators. I think there were pencils back then, but there was a higher burden on small businesses back then to figure out this, their sales and use tax and then to remit that to the state. Today, in the 21st century, we have inventory software, invoicing software. We have businesses that now can remit their sales and use tax digitally. It's all very streamlined, and in this era of digital transaction and online filing and tax prep software, remitting the sales tax is much faster, simpler, and cheaper than it was back in the day. The rationale and need for this credit, which is indeed a subsidy or an allowance that the business takes off the top of what they have collected, the need for it has faded. And in fact, the impacts on our budget are very, very real, especially when we, on an economy of scale, add up all of that money that we should be collecting that we are not. And again, I understand that our sales and use tax filing system can be complicated, mostly due to the municipalities and county levels that are on top of the state sales tax. State sales tax is pretty straightforward. It's 2.9% across the board. And in this year, and in the last several years, the vendor fee has been 4%. cent of that 2.9% of the sales tax that you collect. Because we are having to deal with the budget crisis that we are in right now, every million or tens of million that we can find is important. And we all know that a lot of our smaller businesses, our smaller restaurants in the state are really going to benefit from H.R. 1 at the federal level, big time. There's about approximately $800 million that is going to come in to help from direct benefits from H.R. 1 to help with our small businesses and restaurants. And we need to make sure that the dollars that our state is collecting, that we're prioritizing the use of those dollars here in our state. So every dollar that's not collected from this outdated allowance is a dollar that we're taking away from kids, that we're taking away from classrooms, that we're taking away from seniors who need health care, from working families. And because these costs are shifting to the state, it's important that we look at these pressures. And these are pressures that are not just on the state, they're actually on the businesses too. Businesses have employees and they have customers. And those customers are going to start feeling these pressures. Repealing this vendor fee at this point in our history is, I think, the most fiscally responsible thing we can do. And again, as a business owner, I understand that this amount that is collected or allowance that's kept by the businesses is a very, very small part of their cost of doing business. And knowing that we could continue to collect $56 million of money that we're leaving on the table is an important thing to consider at this point in time. It's also good to know that over 20 states in our nation also don't have a vendor fee. And this bill in particular won't affect those local municipalities or counties that do continue to want to have a vendor fee at their discretion. It's not going to touch that. It's only going to touch the statewide vendor fee credit. Businesses need customers, businesses need employees, and in order for those customers to continue to have the discretionary income that they need to frequent restaurants and to go to stores and buy stuff, they need to make sure their healthcare needs and their food insecurity needs are met. Eliminating this fee will help the whole synergistic relationship of customers, consumers, employees, and businesses, keep that whole relationship going. So I do urge an aye vote on this bill tonight, and I hope you all can see the common sense move forward on eliminating this fee once and for all in Colorado.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Snuck right up here.
Good evening, friends. It is an honor to stand before you alongside my co-prime representative, Dr. McCormick, and present HB 25B 1005. I've heard a lot today, we all have, but the simple truth is that we're here because Republicans in Congress passed H.R. 1, their big whatever bill. You want to talk fiscal responsibility? It adds a projected 2.9 to 4.5 trillion. That's trillion with a T, or 1,000 billions, to the federal deficit over the next 10 years. Whoa, baby. You want to talk about the future and fiscal responsibility? Sorry, not sorry. H.R. 1 saddles our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren with trillions in additional debt. On top of cutting taxes for the wealthiest Americans and corporations while providing almost $30 billion to ICE, H.R. 1 cuts food stamps and jeopardizes the health care of 12 million people on Medicaid who are disabled. It is class warfare, and the working class and poor lose badly. We know who controls all three branches of the federal government, and those folks have decided that the top 1% of 1% needs more money, and that our most poor and most vulnerable Coloradans are just too dependent on the government. Now, but for H.R. 1, we wouldn't be here in a special session. We all know this. Pretending otherwise assumes that people outside this building are too uninformed to understand what cause and effect is. If H.R. 1 had not passed, we would not be here right now. Yes, we'd still face budget issues next session, largely because of Tabor, And we'd be debating potential cuts in revenue generators through our normal JBC and budgeting process. But the GOP Congress passed this bill, and here we are. This is the case no matter how often people want to come down to this well and declare the opposite. And we face the unenviable task of plugging this billion-dollar hole. Quick note, those who say that the private sector solves all and that no government is necessary, are any of the state's billionaires stepping up to save our schools and hospitals and roads and bridges? No. They're busy consolidating our TV media environment, enjoying their tax cuts, and demanding that we give them carte blanche on AI. So we have to look at the revenue sources. And if our state was flush, if we didn't rank in the bottom half already for teacher pay and per student spending, if we didn't have over 75 of our school districts on 4-day weeks, if we didn't have rural hospitals facing existential budgetary impacts, I'd say yes. Let's keep tax breaks and loopholes like the vendor fee that we're seeking to eliminate via this bill. Heck, if we had all the money, I'd discuss increasing it for small businesses. But we don't. I know it's easy to say, quote unquote, the government doesn't have a revenue problem, it has a spending problem. Fits neatly on a bumper sticker. Mitch McConnell made it popular 12 years ago, and folks are still trying to repeat it into reality. But here in Colorado, we know it's false. We are chronically underfunded and underinvested. We do not have an embarrassment of state-of-the-art schools in Colorado. We don't have teachers living in the lap of luxury in Colorado. We starve our systems and then point to their failure as evidence that they're undeserving of funding in the first place. It's a tried and proven strategy. It has a name, Starve the Beast. But all it's doing is hurting working Coloradans. See, when we spend as a state, it's not exactly like a family budget. When the government spends on schools and roads and housing and hospitals and clean air and clean water, it's an investment in our infrastructure and in the education success and the health of our people. These investments help make people's lives more affordable and livable. The ROI when you invest in people is tremendous. When you demand we cut these investments, the ROI shrinks. Consumer demand shrinks. The economy contracts, and people suffer, and we end up paying more for healthcare, and more for housing, and more for education. Now, it may help some folks politically to have things fall apart and get difficult when Democrats are in charge at the state level, but people are suffering, and those paying even a modicum of attention can see right through it. This bill is simple. It removes a tax discount that many other states don't have at all. It preserves the historic redirect of the vendor fee to the Housing Development Grant Fund, and it raises sufficient revenue to avoid cuts to schools and health care. It isn't an ultimately regrettable but modest change. We ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Representative Brooks.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Oh boy. So for a hot second there, I thought that we were going to be able to focus solely on the bill. I would like to say that as I look for Battleship here on the little page, that I was very impressed with the intro from my colleague from Boulder. I agree on several points. Got a little sideways a little bit from a colleague from Denver, and the insistence to continue to spin the false narratives about H.R. 1. However, you know what? I think we've dispelled that myth already, specifically now to 1005. So there was a minute yesterday in committee where, and this bill will come up later, won't talk about it specifically because I want to keep it on 1005, but there was a minute in committee that I sat in where there was a little bit of a kumbaya moment. There was a little bit of like, wow, do you feel that? We're kind of coming together. We're kind of agreeing on something here. This is kind of nice. And it was when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were talking about a bill. They're talking about how, boy, I tell you what, my assistant minority leader is looking at me and I just fell out of a peach tree. It's like, how could that have happened? It happened. It happened. It happened because there was a moment where my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talked about how they agree they agree that businesses in Colorado have been put in a hard spot. And I thought, wow, this is great, because I don't know how many times I have come up, my colleagues have come up, and we will continue to come up and talk about how Colorado is the sixth, that's top 10, sixth most regulated state in the nation. We have intense regulatory burdens on small businesses. This was recognized on a different bill. And I thought, you know what, this is nice. Maybe we can try to take this moment forward. Maybe we can take this moment where we're understanding and agreeing that small businesses in Colorado are being beaten to death. But here we are with this bill, which does more of the same. I heard from, I don't know how old she was, young woman, came in and said, please, please do not mess with this vendor fee. My parents run a taco truck. It's going to hurt them even more than trying to stay in business in Colorado is already hurting them in the way that our regulatory burdens are continuing to make it difficult for these small businesses to stay in business. HR 1, yes, does benefit small business. Thank God. Thank God we've got HR 1 to come in and be able to help benefit some small businesses that we have been drubbing out of existence in the state for years. However, because we are the top 10, sixth most regulated state in the nation, there is no amount of help that can come fast enough. So I disagree with my colleague from Boulder, saying that the symbiotic relationship is enhanced between the businesses and their customers, because it's simply not true. When we make it harder to do business in Colorado, those expenses are passed directly along to the consumer. This fractures. It fractures the relationship. That is hardly symbiotic. It's fracturing the relationship between the businesses and their customers, because their customers are already bled dry and they can hardly afford to be there anymore. The poor businesses cannot continue to increase their costs and pass it along to consumers. And that's what's going to happen. Yes, this is a small fee. It does not even begin to cover how much it costs to collect the tax, but it is something back. And yes, the benefits of HR 1 to the small businesses will be undoubtedly very well received by the business owners. However, how can we say, well, because you're getting this over here, we're going to take this away over here? To businesses that have already been crushed by us. Oh, well, you're getting this, so we're going to take this back. Come on. We need to be doing everything we can to help small businesses in this state. Repealing the vendor fee, that's not helping them. That's further making it more difficult for them to be able to stay in business. Without a doubt, it will negatively impact small retailers' ability to remain competitive and maintain costs to their consumers. Again, it's not a symbiotic relationship if you're passing this along to the consumers. It fractures that trust. This bill, and let's back up just a minute, the vendor exchange, the vendor fee, has been tinkered with a number of times over the recent years. Most recently, I believe it was 21, I'll repeat the year 2021, 1312, that excluded big businesses, right? So we're not talking about, if you talk about, hey, let's repeal a vendor fee, because gosh, the big businesses are already making enough money. Big businesses with over $1 million a month are already excluded from this because of 21-13-12. So make no mistake, this isn't hitting Walmart, this isn't hitting the Home Depots, this isn't hitting the big box retailers. This is balanced squarely on the backs of small businesses that are already struggling to stay open, that are already struggling to survive. The changes that have already been passed, and this bill, yet another example of a multi-year tax policy change that over time has had impact on our state's tax revenue. Yet another way also of undermining the taxpayer Bill of Rights and thus undermining the voice of the people. The voice of the people and undermining the taxpayer Bill of Rights needs to be done with voter approval. I want to draw your attention to the fiscal note. I understand that we've got some amendments to run, but I want to draw your attention to the fiscal note. Actually, if you want to just start like on the first page, we're talking about 1.2 FTE in order to do this. I was a little surprised by that. I'm still a little surprised by that because when you remove a vendor fee, you think, okay, you know, is there really going to be FTE involved? This is adding costs. We're going to add 1.2 FTE. You know why? I thought, what in the world could that possibly be about? It's to be able to handle the phone calls that the Department of Revenue anticipates that they're going to get from small businesses. If we're saying that we're going to need 1.2 FTE to be able to handle the volume of calls from people that are confused about how to handle their tax refunds because they need some help, what more do we need to know? That we already know that this is going to crush small business. We already know that this is going to devastate them because we're putting in FTE to be able to just deal with their phone calls when the excrement hits the fan and they got to try to figure things out. We continue to crush small business in Colorado. There are small businesses in my district. I guarantee you there are small businesses in everybody's district. Mom and pop restaurants, small retail chains, small retailers that are dying. We cannot make it worse. This will make it worse. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Kai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. It is an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
One moment here, just getting my pages sorted out. Okay, we are here to talk about repealing the vendor fee credit. I am so grateful for the sponsors for bringing this measure forward. So what the vendor fee is it allows businesses that collect and remit Colorado state sales taxes to retain a percentage of the sales taxes that they collect. And so I want us to think about what a consumer believes that that is going to when they are making purchases. They think that that sales tax is going to the state to better their roads, to go to education, and instead, a percentage of that is going to the business. And the idea there was so the business can offset some of the expenses that come with the collection and the remission of that sales tax. But we have to also think about when this was put in place, 1935. In 1935, there were a lot of reasons to let a business retain a portion of that sales tax. Taxes were calculated by hand, businesses kept ledgers, they cut paper checks, and they hand-delivered those to the state. What has happened in all the decades since is that technology makes this nearly cost-free. And so it's time for us to also take a look at our tax code and modernize it. Because that administrative burden of tax collection simply does not exist anymore. And particularly with the state, there have been systems put in place to streamline this. Currently, retailers with taxable sales less than $1 million a month can keep 4%, and it's up to a max of $1,000 per filing period. And that is a business's obligation. What we are doing right now is giving a kickback to businesses simply for fulfilling their own tax obligation. This is something we require businesses to do, is to collect sales tax and remit it to the state. And as much as I am excited that we are taking this step forward to modernize our tax code. We did not call ourselves back into special session just to let me have fun rewriting tax policy. We are here because Republicans in Washington passed H.R. 1, and it was a massive handout to billionaires and giant corporations. It blew a $1 billion hole in Colorado's budget. I want to be so clear, that money was not mismanaged, that money was not lost, that money was taken by the federal government, and it wasn't by accident. This was by design. They intentionally slashed corporate tax rates, created new loopholes, and showered the wealthiest of Americans with tax giveaways, while working people are left holding the bill. Owners of private jets disproportionately are receiving the benefits of H.R. 1. Owners of private jets can offset the cost of their entire private jet next year. And every dollar that has been handed to them comes straight out of the pockets of working families. They have higher health care premiums, cuts to Medicaid, reductions in food assistance, and we have to take on that burden. And part of the issue is that Colorado's a rolling conformity state. And that means that those corporate giveaways are automatically flowing into our own tax code. We don't get to decide if it benefits our economy. We don't get to decide if this is the will of the people. We have to take that on because we are one of a handful of states that goes off of federal taxable income. The resources that we need to keep our schools open, to keep our hospitals running, to keep food on the table for families, all of that is at risk. So when I talk about repealing the vendor fee credit, when we talk about closing loopholes, we're not talking about punishing businesses. We are talking about the awful decisions that we have to make, weighing whether tens of thousands of kids can have access to essential benefits, or whether we should let a business making more than $10 million retain part of the sales taxes they were supposed to give to the state to help with the burden of collecting those sales taxes. I think that there are a lot of difficult decisions before this body. I think that the requirement to have a balanced budget makes us weigh our priorities. And so that is what I am asking all of us. I think Republicans in Congress chose their priorities. They chose billionaires. I would like us to choose working families. In 1935, it did make sense to allow retailers to keep this portion of their tax revenue. Things have changed. We have point-of-sale technology, we have electronic filing systems. Sales tax collection is fast, it's automated, it's nearly cost-free. What used to be a real burden is now handled instantly by software. And large businesses use these systems every day. They are not struggling to remit their sales taxes, particularly businesses making $1 million a month. We are allowing businesses to keep 4% of state sales taxes. And this is an outdated subsidy. I want to urge all of you to vote yes on this bill. The largest benefit goes to the biggest retailers. Their companies processing millions in transactions every single month. And we can save Colorado up to $60 million a year. At a time where we're looking at cuts to Medicaid and food stamps, I ask us to protect the services our constituents rely on. And vote yes on this bill.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're having problems with our budget. In this state, where we've had control by the party to my left of the Senate and the House and the governor's seat for 7 years, and now we're listening to you tell us how you're going to fix the budget. This is specific to small businesses. This vendor allowance, large retailers don't get, they already scrapped that. The left scrapped that a while ago. Now this impacts small businesses exclusively. And some of you think that's funny, I see. So I've had some restaurant owners get a hold of me. One of them in the last 2 years, rent and utilities up 20%. Food and alcohol costs up 6%. Labor costs and wage mandates up 8%. Credit card swipe fees up 5%. Sales volume down 4%. Their costs are up 39% in the last 2 years. This vendor fee, I heard in committee it's maybe not that much money, it's not that significant. But I've heard from some, again, restaurant owners, and it is significant. One of them, it was $96 a month, that's $1,100 a year. That is significant to a small restaurant. Another one, $182 a month, $2,184 a year. Another one, $640 a month. These are all Colorado restaurants. That's over $5,000 a year. So I don't know how anyone can argue that's not significant for a small business. And if you've run one, you would realize it is. So with that being said, since we've been cut short on our time, I move Amendment L009 to HB 1005 and ask it to be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. We'll get it displayed. Rep. Woog, the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment will require any extra money that the state collects from ending the fee, or allowance, I call it, must go into a small business assistance center, and that can provide tax relief or grants to small retailers. So my concern has been, and I said this in committee, is that these small businesses, they were relying on this allowance, and now they're not going to have it. So this collection will allow that. It will allow them some tax relief or grants. I mean, we are running businesses out of this state. We talked about large corporations, and now we're trying to run out the small businesses. Frankly, I don't want to eat at only corporate restaurants anymore. And I'd like to afford going out to eat with my family, which I can barely do anymore. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L9. Rep. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Couple concerns, or one concern and then one comment about this particular amendment. One is, it seems like this would have been more appropriate in the Appropriations Committee to change the funding. It seems like it would make a difference there. The other thing I want to just remind the body is that, as I mentioned previously, there is to the state of Colorado, to the small businesses in the state of Colorado, an estimated over $800 million coming in to help our small businesses and restaurants here. And I have a whole breakdown on how that will help them, but I won't use up the time to go into that. 800 million versus 56 million. The restaurants and the small businesses are going to get a lot of help from H.R. 1, and I urge a no vote on L009.
Further discussion on Amendment L9. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L9 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Rep. Hartsook.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So my colleague that was just up here and I ran a bill to help with the vendor fee and help the small businesses. We spoke to the Colorado Restaurant Association. We went and chatted with how they're doing, how their restaurants are doing. And to our colleagues that are on the opposite side of the aisle, yeah, we're pretty well that you're in the majority party. We get we're the minority. But if you think for 1 minute, if you think for one stinking minute that we don't represent our people, you are sadly mistaken. So the arrogance to come up here and say we don't represent anybody doesn't count. And in that, as we fight for our people and our small businesses that we're up here looking at these vendor fees, that's what we want to do. So I move L003 to House Bill 1005, request that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. One moment, we'll get it displayed. Please tell us about your amendment, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So, if you will notice on page 5 of the bill, line 10, where the paragraph ends in period, what we're adding in here is businesses at 500,000. You know, we have come up with amendments time and time again. We had nearly $1 billion back during the regular long bill. Every time we come up with an amendment, we are shut down, we are silenced. We are sent to the kill committee and voted out. Doesn't matter what we bring forward, it gets killed. But we're going to keep fighting, and that's what we bring this one forward, and we ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L3. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm also going to urge a no vote on L003. This actually, you know, what we're doing by eliminating the vendor fee makes the collection and remittance of sales and use tax actually as simple as it can get. This actually just makes it more complicated to do this, and I urge a no vote.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Woodrow.
Yes, I would like to thank the amendment sponsor for bringing this forward. I'm going to ask for a no vote on the amendment, but I do want to note that if this were a time where we could afford this type of amendment, and we weren't facing a budgetary crisis and cuts to our schools and hospitals, et cetera, I would really like to join with the amendment sponsor and having further discussions on something like this. It is so regrettable that we're not able to afford something like this right now for these types of businesses at 500,000 or less. And I do appreciate the amendment sponsor for shining a light on this because it is important. It's an integral part of this debate to have a nuanced conversation about what is actually a small business and what is a business with $12 million a year in revenue, okay? And I agree with you, right, that we need to have that kind of conversation. And so I'm committed to having those further talks. Unfortunately, given this special session and the budget crisis we face, we're not able to afford it at this time, but I do appreciate the amendment sponsor and where he's coming from. I ask for a no vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L3. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L3 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Caldwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to make this very quick, just out of necessity. I was not on appropriations, so this is the first time I've had a chance to speak on this bill. And I just checked in with the clerk, and we only have about 20 minutes left. And the people of Colorado, you can't see it right now, but we've got about 10 people lined up to speak on this because we all have small businesses in our communities, in our districts. And I just want to highlight here that we've really come full circle here in just the last few hours with these bills that we're doing, because earlier we were talking about evil corporations taking their money or holding their money overseas and avoiding taxes and things like that. And so this is a good thing that we're doing. We're doing a good thing because we're making sure everybody pays their fair share. And I say we come full circle because now what we're doing is we're targeting businesses that make $1 million or less. $1 million or less. Think about that. Think about how many small businesses. It's all of the small businesses, because small businesses are making $1 million a year or less. And so, I mean, we've really taken it full circle. We went after corporations, and now we're going after your mom and pop shops. These are taxes collected on, as it says on page 2, on behalf of the state. So the state's requiring these businesses to collect that. And then they're getting to keep 4% of that. But it's capped at $1,000 per filing period, which a filing period is a month. So that's up to $12,000 a year. Go to your local mom and pop shop and say, would $12,000 a year help you or hurt you? To keep that in your business, to keep that in your pocket. And I guarantee they would say, $12,000 is make or break for me. But what we're saying with this is, no, you don't need that $12,000. And what I love here is at the bottom of page 2, it says, we're doing this to simplify the collection of state-collected sales tax and relieve retailer confusion. I think if you went to a small mom and pop shop and you said, would you rather keep $12,000 of your money in your business or let us help relieve confusion for you? I think they would choose the $12,000 they get to keep. I don't think we're doing them a favor, even though in the legislative declaration here, we say we're doing this, we're taking away that money from you to relieve your confusion. How arrogant does that sound if you went to your local mom and pop shop and told them, we're doing them a favor by taking more money from them? It's frustrating, and I'm sorry to the small businesses in Colorado who are going to be affected by this because, again, if you make $1 million or less, this applies to you. You're about to lose more money. Vote no.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, right?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bridge to know it. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, I know it's late. Let's be clear. Let's be crystal clear. We are here because of the massive handout to abort babies and cosmetic surgery for men and illegal health care for immigrants. That's why we're here. This has nothing to do with H.R. 1. This has nothing to do with H.R. 1. And I am sick of hearing about it. We are here because of Democrat policies for the last 7 years. Stop using Trump as an excuse. And if it was such an outdated subsidy, let's hear what Governor Polis had to say about this great plan. During a signing ceremony in May 2022, Polis said he was signing a group of bills into law aimed at saving people money on various fees and taxes. He specifically mentioned a bill that would allow small businesses to retain more sales tax reported as compensation. He contrasted his administration's focus on targeted fee cuts with potential tax increases from other political actions, stating, we can and should do more to put money back in the people's pockets. The bill, titled Sales Tax Assistance for Small Businesses, temporarily increased the vendor fee. Whoa, I think the representative from Douglas County had something like that. For the 2023 calendar year, it allowed retailers with $100,000 or less in taxable sales per filing period to keep 5.3% of the sales tax they collected, up from the standard 4%. This was intended to provide relief to small businesses struggling with inflation and economic challenges. Seems like such an outdated subsidy, doesn't it? The vendor fee serves as compensation for the administrative burden of collecting and remitting sales. Eliminating it meant small businesses lost financial offset for that compliance work. A 2019 study found that small businesses spend about 13% of the sales tax they cost or collect solely on compliance costs, much higher than the 4% we give them. It underscores how even a multi-percentage point vendor fee provided meaningful relief, especially for small businesses. The lack of a vendor fee equates to a silent cost increase, which even if a small per transaction can accumulate and strain tight margin operators. The representative from Douglas County just tried to ration out the small businesses, the mom and pops, the taco shops that the rep from El Paso talked about yesterday. Please stop trying to close down the taco shops. Small businesses are the bedrock of our community. They're not the big box vendors. They're not the multi-million-dollar corporations. These are the small businesses that are in every single one of our districts that you keep burdening with regulations, over 200,000 in this state. I wish I could talk more, but we have been kept to an hour minimum, so I will yield. Please, please vote no. For the small businesses in all of our communities, vote no on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm out of time out, so I'll try to keep this brief. What I wanted to call out is just a real appreciation for the sponsor noting that restaurants and small businesses are going to get a lot of help for HR 1. Now, since small businesses and restaurants need a lot of help, of course, we had 2 bills last year that were about saving the restaurants, and we know that a lot of restaurants are getting ready to close as soon as their lease agreements run out because they're just trying to tread water until the salvation arrives. And then you say, well, we're gonna take this away. We're gonna take away this. What we're doing, under current law, retailers are allowed to keep 4% of their sales tax, which is 2.9%, or the total is 11.2%. I'm not really sure, but what you're talking about is less than 1%. And what you're talking about is money that was reimbursed, not enough money to cover the cost to give to the retailers in order to take care of the cost of collecting tax on behalf of the state. So again, what the state is doing, it's compelling the labor of the citizens of Colorado. Compelled labor is slavery. That's just the definition. So I won't mention the party's history or anything because that might get me gavelled. But we're always going back to the children. It's always about the children. We're going to take this from the children. We're not going to take this from the Bozone program where we're spending $24 million in addition to $2.50 per passenger mile to reduce the ozone in Colorado so 5 people can roll around on the functional traffic jam of 50 to 100 cars. We're not going to take money away from that program. We're not going to take money away from the hundreds of millions of dollars that are spent on this green energy delusion and subsidizing solar panels. We're not going to take it away from that. The Democrats in this House are going to hold it above the heads of the children and say it's for the children. We have to take this money away from the restaurants for the children. We're going to give the governor all of his green grift. We're going to give him his wolves and gutting the ranchers' cows. We're going to give him all of that, but we're going to come after the children. We're going to come after education. If you're going to try to save the restaurants, don't come back and then say we're going to take money from the restaurants. Don't come back and say we're going to take money from the small business. It's great that you look at the HR 1 and you go, wow, those people are going to get so much assistance. So much assistance from where? HR 1. Where are they going to get that assistance from? HR 1, the big, beautiful bill. That's where the assistance are coming from, and now you want to take it away from them. Again, I said it this morning, what Donald giveth, Jared taketh away, it's wrong.
Rep. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So I heard this bill in committee, in the Appropriations Committee, and I just want to reiterate why I'm opposed to this bill, because I heard from small businesses in my district and small businesses across Colorado that were concerned with this vendor fee. Now, we have heard that, you know, it's a modest $60 to $110 a month on average that these small businesses are able to get back in deductions. But I've also heard some businesses as high as $600. Now, I also want to correct the misinformation that was said here earlier, that this fee would benefit the biggest corporations, because it actually is capped at $100,000. So to me, a corporation makes more than that, right? I've also heard things that when we repeat things into reality, you know, we're also repeating things that deflect the blame of what this body has done. And so we talk about houses, roads, water, things that the government's supposed to fund, but we're also not prioritizing that when we're funding and creating more offices, FTEs, that do not pertain. We're taking money, $4 million from the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act to sue the administration when that money could go to our roads, right? We talk about our roads, again, you know, these shell games going on. So I move Amendment L008 to HB 25B-10005 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That's a proper motion. 1 second, we'll get it displayed. Tell us about your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is striking the enacting clause, just to make sure that we try to show our support for small businesses as what they want, and I encourage an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Yes, this amendment would kill the bill, so I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Winner, AML Winner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I stand with my colleague. This is a time to stand for small business. Small business is being crushed. I see it in my district every day. If we're going to give a big bunch of money to insurance companies, we should make sure that we help our small businesses. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment. Save small business in Colorado.
Any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Gonzalez, we are back to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So that obviously didn't work out. Therefore, I move Amendment L007 to House Bill 25B 1005 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That's a proper motion. One moment. And colleagues, while there's a little pause in the action, we have about 11 minutes and 15 seconds left. So I just wanted to announce that so I don't have to interrupt you. Rep. Gonzalez, please tell us about the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. So this is a petition clause. So this basically allows the voters to override the decision of this body to make sure that we get a say. And if we want to repeal the vending fee, we can reinstate that fee back. So this just adds a petition clause. I know how most of you feel about that. But let's just give voters a chance to correct if they want to. That's democracy, right? You know, let's practice democracy. So I encourage an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, normally for these budget things, I'm happy with a, what is the opposite of a petition?
Safety clause?
The safety clause, thank you.
There you are.
Yes, actually, I presented a bill the other day when I did use a safety clause because I felt it could actually make a significant impact on the budget issue we've had. But since we've been told, and it says so in the bill, that this is a de minimis amount, it really can't be an emergency. It doesn't really do much because that's really what de minimis means. So it's absolutely appropriate to give the people a voice in this. If we can't do it by putting bills that really should go before the people for a vote, we should at least allow them to petition. So please vote yes on this.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Because we're trying to fix the budgetary year that we're in right now, and that this bill will bring in about 26, 28 million, I'm guessing, for this year. That's why we need to keep the bill the way it is, and I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on Amendment L7. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L7 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. We are back to the bill. Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Good evening, fellow colleagues. The wordsmithing on these titles are fantastic. This bill eliminates the vendor fee. Let's take that in for a second. The small portion of sales tax that retailers are allowed to keep to help cover the costs of collecting and remitting state sales tax on behalf of the government. You're not eliminating anything. Right now, only businesses with less than $1 million in taxable sales per filing period qualify to keep this fee. And that's exactly the point. These aren't massive corporations. These are mom and pop stores and local hardware shops, the family-owned restaurants and the small retailers who already operate on razor-thin margins. For these businesses, the vendor fee isn't a perk. It's a small measure of fairness. It helps offset the administrative costs of acting as unpaid tax collectors for the state. Costs like bookkeeping, software systems, staff hours, and compliance requirements. By eliminating this fee, we are asking small businesses to shoulder all of these costs with nothing in return. You're eliminating nothing. The argument is that this bill creates fairness by treating all businesses equally. But in reality, it does the opposite. Large corporations already have the infrastructure to handle complex tax collection. They have accountants and legal departments on staff. A small shop in my city doesn't. They rely on the vendor fee to help them keep up. Removing it takes away one of the only tools small retailers have to level the playing field against larger corporations. At a time when small businesses are struggling with inflation, rising energy costs, workforce shortages, and increased regulation, this bill sends the wrong message. Instead of supporting the backbone of our economy, we are squeezing them even harder. Colleagues, if we care about our local businesses in our districts, if we care about the entrepreneurs who make our communities vibrant, then we cannot pass a bill that strips away what little relief they have. House Bill 25B-1005 is not about fairness. It is not about elimination of fees. It's about making small businesses do more for the state while getting less in return. I urge a no vote to stand with Colorado's small business owners.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem and Chair. I'd like to approach this from a slightly different angle. How many of us in this room came here by way of serving our local communities? I know for sure Minority Leader Puglisi did. I came here by way of being a mayor of the city of Grand Junction, and I know we have many folks from city councils. I would ask us all that were involved in local government, how much time, money, and energy we have put into keeping the core of our cities healthy. Because when big box stores came around, were any of them interested in our downtown core? The answer is no, which immediately put huge pressures on our small general stores, on our small hardware stores, on our small arts and crafts stores, and certainly on our restaurants. And I don't know about you folks, but I know as a mayor, we put aside money every year to beautify our downtown, to help our small retailers with facades, with signage, with everything we possibly could to keep our downtown cores healthy. We formed tourism departments within our communities, economic development within our communities, business development within our communities. All of those were intended with other strategies, but the first and foremost strategy was to keep our downtown cores healthy. And even to this day, that is one challenging strategy. One of the benefits to our small retailers downtown was this vendor fee. And we're taking it away. That defeats everything that we have been doing as municipalities to keep our downtowns healthy. Do not underestimate what that has cost our municipalities. I just don't understand how we can sit here or stand here and not realize that the health of our core of our communities, which is the draw that we want in our communities, we're putting at risk by way of this bill. I'm sorry. My heart and soul will always be in my city, and I treasure those days when I was mayor. Well, not all days. Some days, Commissioner Puglisi at the time made my life miserable sometimes, but no, she didn't. Folks, we need to be in alignment with local governments, and this is not in alignment. Thank you.
Madam Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's a proper motion. The amendment is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, this says before we repeal the vendor fee, we should have an analysis on the impact of rural and border community retailers. I'm incredibly concerned of what this impact will be, especially in light of what the good representative from Mesa County just talked about. I think there'll be a more significant impact than this body realizes, and I think in order to be prudent and make sure that we're not actually hurting rural small businesses and border communities, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L2? Representative McCormick. And we have 1 minute left, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I believe that we may already have this information from the OSA and would certainly be willing to work to get that information to you. So I urge a no vote on L002.
Further discussion on Amendment L2? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L2 to House Bill 1005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Luck, you have 34 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For those that are following along and in suspense about how close we are to reaching the $1 billion goal, we have, as a result of a $27.6 million addition through revenue and a $1.5 million subtraction through expenditures, a total now of $251,252,000 towards that $1 billion goal. We shall see where we get.
Representative Barone, you have 7 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate, we got to help our small businesses. This is going to hurt our small businesses everywhere in
And
the
the
state of
time for
Colorado.
debate has expired. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Colleagues, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 25B 1005 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 25B 1006.
House Bill 1006 by Representatives Brown and Gilchrist, also Senators Judah and Mullica, concerning modifications to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise to address the affordability of health insurance in the individual market using non-appropriated funding sources.
Colleagues, per our vote earlier, debate on this bill has been limited to 1 hour. It is 8:31 p.m., and we will start the timer now. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move House Bill 1006 and the committee report, the Health and Human Services Committee report, and the Health and Human Services Committee report. That's it.
How about to the Health and Human Services Committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. On the Health and Human Services Committee report, in the Health and Human Services Committee, we added a number of amendments adding additional transparency as well as including an audit by the state auditor. We also added language to make sure that affected communities would have a seat at the table as plans were redesigned. We would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Taggart.
Sorry, Rep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L10 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Give us 1 moment to get it displayed. The motion is before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular amendment requests that the division conduct an analysis and a comparison of the benefits associated with our subsidized individual health plans as compared to what we can afford in business and benefits for our employees. Benefit to benefit. What we can afford in businesses and what we put in here, both from a small business or a large business, what can we afford in terms of benefits for our employees, to be fair with our employees, and compare that to what our subsidized programs are. And I gave some specifics of areas to help in this analysis. For instance, the deductible amounts. Because as you know, the cost of insurance goes up significantly the lower the deductible is. How much can we afford as businesses? Co-payments. If there are, in fact, other insurance companies involved that will take some of the burden. Co-payments. How much do our employees have to pay out of pocket for a particular procedure? Comparison of the gross premium amounts. Comparing one to another. Why? In my humble estimation, we have to be very, very careful that the benefits that we provide through these programs should be on par with what we're able to afford in small and large businesses. And I don't think it's unreasonable to ask for that comparison. I don't know if it's ever been done, but it probably has been done. And I ask that the division report on this analysis within 6 months so that we can see, are we providing a richer benefit or are we not? This body should know that. We shouldn't be guessing on this. We shouldn't be talking about the benefits one versus the other without doing a comparative analysis. And I truly don't believe this is unrealistic to ask for. Thank you, and I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate my colleague from Grand Junction and his engagement on this. I asked for a no vote on this amendment. It's my understanding that a typical employer-based health plan will have deductibles in excess of what a typical Medicaid plan would be, and the state subsidized for qualified individual plans, also known as Omni Salud, they are built around an income level that is essentially Medicaid eligible. So if you were to do this comparison with a Medicaid plan, of course you would find that the Medicaid plan is richer because people on Medicaid are low income and do not have the ability to pay for large copays and deductibles, which are more typical on health insurance plans from an employer. So I appreciate this analysis. I do not think it is necessary. It would drive a gigantic fiscal note, and so we ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L10? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. L10 is lost. To the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, members, we're here to proudly present House Bill 25B 1006, a bill that helps to preserve coverage for tens of thousands of Coloradans in light of federal action. I want to thank my co-prime sponsor, Representative Gilchrist, for joining me on this very important bill and for all of the work that she has put in on this policy over the last, well, really since she got elected. In the wake of passage in the passage of H.R. 1, Coloradans are facing massive cuts to their health care. If we do nothing, next year, 100,000 people in Colorado are expected to lose health insurance coverage. Hundreds of thousands of more will lose coverage in 2027 when H.R. 1 is fully implemented. We are seeing the drastic effects of this federal policy. In July, insurance companies filed their rates for 2026. And when you don't consider any of the assistance that people receive from the federal government or elsewhere, Insurance rates are scheduled to increase by 28% on average. This includes a 33% increase on the Eastern Plains and a 38% increase in places like Craig and Montrose. But these statistics hide the devastating impacts of the federal government's decision not to extend the enhanced premium tax credits. On average, after considering the loss of the tax credits, the average increase in health insurance premiums will be 175%. In real dollars, this means health insurance premiums for a working family of 4 will go up by $13,000 to $25,000 next year. Just this week, we found out that because of this uncertainty, 2 major health insurance carriers are canceling health insurance plans in the Denver metro area, which will cancel health insurance for 96,000 people on the individual market. It's clear that health insurance is in crisis, and our bill helps to stop the bleeding for the next year. The bill loans $100 million in unclaimed property trust fund to the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. This loan will first use interest in the fund, and then, if necessary, it will use principal. It is based on the precedent that the legislature has previously set for loans of this kind, and the loan will be paid back in 20 years. Second, the bill allocates half of the transferred funding to support reinsurance and allocates the other half to the premium subsidy program. These 2 programs are proven to save people money by lowering health costs of their health insurance. These levels of funding will allow reinsurance to operate at full capacity, decreasing premiums by 20% again in 2026. The bill also provides flexibility so that residual reserve money already in the enterprise, up to $20 million, can be used where the need is the most. It also allows the board to flex up to 5% of the money loaned to the enterprise to meet the greatest need. The bill, importantly, provides needed increases in transparency, and I mentioned some of those in the committee report. The bill requires the enterprise to publish information about the revenue sources and expenses for each program, and we brought an amendment to increase transparency further by subjecting the program to a state audit. The bill allows the HIAE board to redesign coverage in the Omni-Salud program. This program is important to so many who are ineligible for federal health care subsidies. And these provisions allowed the board to redesign the benefits to increase cost sharing. And the bill only will go into effect if the federal government does not extend premium tax credits for 2026. It's clear we need a sustainable solution, and I'm going to let my co-prime sponsor talk about just how effective these programs really are.
Representative Gilchrist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am honored to be here today to present our bill concerning the Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. I'm deeply grateful for the prime sponsor of this bill and how hard he has worked for so many years to ensure all Coloradans have access to affordable, high-quality health care. I am also grateful for Madam Speaker and her many, many years of dedication to this program and ensuring, again, that all Coloradans have access to high-quality health care. The bill increases the funding to the enterprise to ensure we continue to invest in critical programs that make insurance affordable in Colorado. As you may know, the enterprise was created in 2020 and designed to address the affordability of the health insurance on the individual market. It does 3 things: reduces premiums for Coloradans through the reinsurance program, enhances subsidies for low-income marketplace enrollees, and provides subsidized health insurance for residents not eligible for federal subsidies through the Omni-Salud program. In 2025, the reinsurance program saved nearly 300,000 Coloradans $493 million. More than 42,000 low-income Coloradans enrolled through the marketplace have lower deductibles and out-of-pocket costs thanks to these subsidies. 12,000 Coloradans have coverage through the Omni-Salud program. These programs work. They represent what we value in Colorado, that everyone should have access to quality, affordable health care. And the programs this enterprise funds are at true risk. Given the recent federal action and with the enhanced federal insurance subsidies scheduled to expire at the end of 2025, we're at a critical point where tens of thousands of Coloradans will lose their health insurance coverage next year. We anticipate that 3,600 people who are financially assisted will no longer qualify for coverage. and 37% of Coloradans will be kicked off the marketplace plans. That is 112,000 people. The enterprise can help mitigate this coverage loss, but not without additional funding. This bill will provide $100 million to prevent, as best we can, the massive cost increases Coloradans will otherwise face. Only Congress can prevent healthcare premiums from rising entirely, but this funding will allow us to hold premiums to an increase of 20% from a projected 28% increase statewide, and will keep 20,000 Coloradans insured of the 100,000 that would otherwise lose coverage. This one-year fix will stabilize Coloradans' private health insurance market without assessing additional fees to Colorado. We know this is a hard policy decision, but it's a necessary one. We came here to make those hard decisions, to fight for our values and protect Coloradans, and we urge a yes vote today.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I have a small technical amendment to offer. I move L011 to House Bill 1006.
That is a proper motion. And the amendment is before us. Please proceed.
This is a clarifying amendment that my drafter brought to us that makes sure that when we're talking about the commissioner throughout this bill, it is clear that we're talking about the commissioner of insurance. We had asked for an aye vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L11 passes. To the bill. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I come here urging a no vote on this bill. Heard it in committee. There were parts of this bill that I thought made sense. Nobody wants to have their insurance premium going up to 28, 38% or anything like that. But my issue is where the money is coming from, and that is from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. $100 million is a lot of money to take out of that fund, especially when this legislature has already dipped into that fund in previous times and that has yet to be repaid. Yesterday, the state treasurer came and testified against this bill, and I asked him if he was happy with loaning $100 million, and he didn't want to say yes. He didn't want to say no. And I said, this is a loan, so I must assume that there is a percentage that you're going to charge on this loan. And he said, you know, we haven't talked about it. He said, in fact, with the bill sponsors, we could have a conversation about other sources other than the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. This trust fund, folks, is managed by the state treasurer, and it doesn't belong to us. It doesn't belong to the legislature. It doesn't belong to the treasurer. This is held in safe place for the people who have forgotten that they had this money in a safety deposit box, in an account, wherever, and, you know, have walked away. But that's not our money. That's not our money to take out and use for anything else, even though it has a lot of money there, and it would be nice, but it's not our money. And so for that reason, I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Adams.
Thank you, Chair. I said this in committee, I think it bears saying again. What happens when the people's money, because this does not belong to the state, should not be used for anything except giving back to the people? It belongs to the people. What happens when the people make a mad rush? Because I'm traveling all over the state right now for this other thing I'm doing. And while I'm traveling, I'm making sure that people know that this unclaimed property fund is there and that they should all call and try to get their money back. And eventually that's going to snowball and everybody's going to want their money back. What happens when we've borrowed on this money for 20 years, and interest-free, by the way, and that money's not there? Now, we were told in committee today that, well, this is only on the interest until that's taken up, and then it will go into principal, which is the people's money. You could possibly argue that the interest is not the people's money, except it's being accrued on the people's money. And one of the Democrats on the committee mentioned the fact that they think that the interest has already been used up. And could we get a number on that? Because this is not the state's money. This is theft from the people. The state doesn't have permission from the people to take their money. They're just taking it. They haven't even asked them. They're just taking it. In fact, if we wanted to see if I'm right about this, let's make this a ballot initiative. Are you okay with taking the people's unclaimed money? And see what the people say. What the first thing they'll say is, what? I have money? Give it to me. Then after that, no, please don't use any of my money. So this is where we're at with this. This is not an okay way to fund this. I don't like the bill without the funding mechanism, but this is not an okay funding mechanism. This is truly theft from the people. This is the people's money, has been, is, always will be, and we have no right to it. And I don't even think there's any interest left or will be. And so why do we keep doing this? And one of the arguments also was, well, it's, $1.5 billion. I think somebody said maybe $2 billion. So that makes it okay because they have lots of money that belongs to the people, that we can take it? This is not okay. We need a different funding mechanism. This is actually dishonesty toward the people of Colorado. You did not ask for their permission, but you're taking it anyway. That's not okay.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to make sure that I put a couple of things on the record just to make sure we're clear about what we're talking about. The premium tax credits for health insurance are not expiring, and those help people up to 400% of the federal poverty line. The federal poverty line, less than 400% is for a family of four, is $126,000. $126,000 family of four. The COVID-era enhanced premium tax credit is expiring because it was for people making over 400% of the federal poverty line, over $126,000. This whole predetermined special session, we have heard about helping middle and lower income folks in our communities, but that's not what this is, and that's not what this bill does. When Democrats were in control at the federal level, they had an opportunity to extend the premium tax credits, and they chose not to. And so now we're saying we need this special session because when we were in control, we didn't fix this problem. And now we think we should be helping people who are 400% over the federal poverty line instead of helping those middle and lower income folks who really need the help. And so I just wanted to put some of those things on the record. Congress is still doing its work. The ACA premium tax credits are still up for debate. They have not expired yet, and we know there are good people on the Republican side of the aisle who are working to extend these tax credits or at least take a look at that. So it is, again, premature for this special session to address this issue until we know more from Congress. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's kind of weird. You know, the first thing I thought of this when said we're going to take the people's money. I mean, we're already talking about getting rid of the tax code, taxpayer bill of rights. I mean, that's really the desire on the left, so that taxes can be raised without limit. I think the chair will agree with me there. But is the tale of talents in the Bible. And there's three, and the first two: invest the money, handle it wisely, and get a return. The other buried the money, got no return, and was called a wicked and slothful servant. We're supposed to be the servant of the people, and you're looking at borrowing the money of the people where they take all the risk, and the state gets all the reward for the unmitigated greed and spending. And what do we get out of it? Because I thought we were supposed to be here to be dealing with the hole that you blew in the budget this year. The hole that the Democrat Party blew in the budget by spending more than it had. It's not H.R. 1. Those things haven't taken effect yet. So these are things that were coming. We knew they were coming. And so when we're trying to deal with this hole in the budget that was created by the not Democratic, those are very different things. Democratic, very different than Democrat Party. Very different. The Democrat Party, not democratic at all. But that's an aside. What I look at here is a transferred fund, $100 million. State revenue, 0. Budget year, 26-27, $1.4 million. Out year, 27, so $3 million. So we're budgeting another $3 million per year out of an interest-free loan, and we're going to fund programs like reinsurance. Because the legislature, has made insurance so expensive that you have to insure the insurers to be able to insure the people. So you're going to invest money in that. You're going to take money from the citizens of Colorado to tell them, take it out of their future, to tell them that you're lowering their interest rates when all you're doing is transferring, and again, kicking the can down the road. And what is the fiscal impact for this year? 0. I thought we were trying to balance the budget. I thought we were trying to fix the budget this year. Why are we spending an hour on a bill that does not even begin to address anything, let alone debt? Because it doesn't address debt whatsoever, because it's budget year 26-27. It's an additional minus $1.4 million. So what we're calling thoughtful and considered legislation to fix the exorbitant spending, the spendthrifts on the left, the leftists, is to spend more money. Is to spend more money. Betting somehow that the economy that you've crippled will somehow recover. I guess you're just planning on a lot of Republicans getting elected so that we can fix the economy. Because in the last 6 years, you've taken it nowhere but down. Down, except for crime. Crime up, up, up. Loans, $100 million of the people's money. Yesterday, I presented a bill that has a known track record, the mechanisms in that bill, just by increasing transparency, to be able to infuse, to basically take what counts as a consultant fee of about $5,000 and give it to the people of Colorado so they can see how to save money. And I got 8 no's. No, 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 no. No, we don't want $2.4 billion infused. No, we don't want the state program to save $184 million. Why? Because we can come back tomorrow and we can borrow $100 million. Now, if you want to learn how to save $1,500 per employee on your health care plan, check me out on X, and I'll point you in the right direction. But this is a tax credit. You're just talking about 2026. This is a bill that should have been made, that shouldn't be introduced at all because it's ludicrous. This is not a serious bill. This is kicking the can down the road, using other people's money. I mean, you're always using other people's money. And what is some of the reason that we don't have the money? Why is some of this money being kept from us? A lot of the money is being kept back from us for violating things like in the federal funding of importing and housing and subsidizing undocumented foreign nationals. And then what are we going to do with this money? Up to $50 million of this money. We're going to do omni salud. We're going to further subsidize. We're saying we're not a sanctuary state. We just provide insurance for undocumented foreign nationals. I mean, that doesn't really make sense because if you have insurance, you're documented. We know who you are, where you are, etc. But now that's called aiding and abetting. So I'm not sure why the federal government would help the state of Colorado in its process of aiding and abetting undocumented foreign nationals who are violating the laws of the United States of America. And then I don't know why I don't understand how it is a surprise that the federal government would look at it and say, hey, Colorado's out there aiding and abetting criminals. We should probably give them more money. Why would the federal government give money to the state of Colorado in its efforts to aid and abet undocumented foreign nationals? Why are they undocumented? Because they're here illegally. Now we know, rubber stamp-a-palooza, this is going to get approved. This was approved before it even left. Governor Polis approved it before he even left the building for the state fair. So, to the citizens of Colorado, we're only talking to you to let you know how $100 million of your money is going to be spent, because it's your money. It's going to come back. A 0% loan is just slightly worse than the loan that they were offered for the loan sharks in the last, which is 2.7%. So in order to balance the budget, because we're not allowed to take on debt, we've increased spending, and because we're not allowed to take on debt, we've taken on $200 million worth of debt in these two bills. That is considered serious and thoughtful legislation by the Democrat Party. So Colorado, if you want to have any sort of future, the Democrat Party is spending. This is in the aviation world, this is called a death spiral. You cannot get out of it. You have to separate from this maneuver. What it is called is the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund. What you have in a trust fund is you put money with somebody you trust. That is obviously not the government of Colorado. If anybody should not be trusted with money, it is the government of Colorado. And this has been proven over and over with the extraordinary, same BS stuff every hour of every hour today and yesterday. On-exchange subsidies, which pay carriers to lower the cost of purchasing insurance. So because the Colorado, your bills, instead of looking at your bills and why they're driving up the costs, why the cost of housing is going up, because you're saying everybody needs WUI code, everybody needs to apply unwritten international building code, everybody needs to have EV power stations. You don't look at why insurance is going up. You don't look at why car insurance is going up because undocumented foreign nationals are running chop shops and sending the parts of your cars overseas. You don't care about that. You don't look at fixing the problem. You just look at taking more money from the citizens of Colorado to patch the wound. Reinsurance, omni salud, taking your money to somehow save your money after the laundering costs of processing that money. There's lots of ways to fix these problems. They are self-inflicted. The hole in the budget, shot clean through by the Democrat Party in this room. They want to blame H.R. 1. That's why they brought us in here. They want to try to pin the blame on somebody else. The debt was already there. The hole in the budget was already there. The failure was already there. It was in the process as the bills were signed, just like when we were telling them during the regular session that this is going to create a budget deficit. Just happily down here having little photo parties with all of the bills that we're going to have that taken away. Go look at the photos. They're there. So again, this is not serious legislation. This doesn't even address anything about any debt because it's not fixing any debt. It's just pushing it down 20 years. You're only pushing the debt down 20 years, pretending to. We've already taken hundreds of millions out of a trust fund that is not supposed to have anything, and always with the promise that you're going to pay it back. The only problem is it's never been paid back. And nobody in their right mind believes you're going to pay this back because you're not on any path to get solvent. You have no intention of becoming solvent. Because solvency would be a continued progression of spending less money than you make. And your progression is always spending more money than you make. And then pretending that you're somehow going to be able to solve the debt with that same modus operandi. So again, once again, it is what? I guess 9 o'clock if that clock is right. Is it 9? 9:05, and we have yet to see any serious legislation except for my pick-a-penny amendment that would address any part of the deficit that was created by the Democrat Party, not H.R. 1, by the Democrat Party in this state. It's due to unregulated, uncontrolled, out of control spendthrift. It's a good word, spendthrift spending. Over here, spendthrift, reckless spending. It's a word I hadn't really used before, but I like it. So, day 2 of Rubber Stampapalooza, no serious legislation towards fixing the $1.2 billion debt. Lots of extra spending, $200 million in long-term loans. We are off to a blazing start.
There is 24 minutes and 49 seconds remaining. Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Members, this is the most important issue we have on our entire agenda. Don't make any mistake about that. And it's for that reason I really need to just get up and put on record why I have to be a no on it, and that again is because of the funding mechanism. We can find ways to fund the rest of the government with the rest of those bills that we're doing. The AI will work its way out, but this is serious to a lot of people. The loss of medical insurance and the massive amount of increases in medical insurance that will happen if we don't stabilize the market. But rating the unclaimed property trust fund again when it's already been rated for $662 million goes to the fundamental trust that we need to have in our government. When I was told this is a loan, my background, having served in the Large Business International Litigation Division of the IRS, maybe ask any auditor in the IRS would say, really, this is a loan. It's between related parties. Do we have a written agreement? Is there an interest rate on it? Do we have a fixed repayment schedule? Is there any enforcement mechanism on this? Are we going to have evidence of any actual payments that are being done on this loan? And finally, the most important item, is there really an intent and an ability to repay? When we're doing 20 to 35-year interest-free loans of hundreds of millions of dollars, and we're already $1.2 billion in debt, the intent and ability to repay is simply not there. So when I asked, how could this possibly be considered a loan? Well, the Treasurer's Office, the way they justify it is they say, no, 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 this isn't a loan, this is an inter-fund transfer. But we have to call it or pretend it's a loan, because if it wasn't, if it was a true inter-fund transfer under government accounting standard principles, we'd have to recognize it as part of our TABOR revenue, and it would have to be returned to the taxpayers if it was over our cap. So we pretend it's a loan when we want it to be a loan and pretend it's not when it's not. And if it's an inter-fund transfer, the question is, what type of fund is it under the government accounting standard principles? Is it the general fund? No. Is it a special revenue fund? No. Is it a debt service fund? No. Is it one of the permanent funds? No, not really. Is it a proprietary fund? No. And is it an enterprise fund? No. The type of fund, unless the Treasurer's Office wants to correct me and I'm wrong, is this a fiduciary fund being held property for the benefit of another? So this is completely an improper way. We've already borrowed $662 million from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, and I don't think there's any intention to ever repay that or an ability to repay it. So for those reasons, I'll have to be a no on this, even though I told the sponsor at this point, because it is something so important, I would support a fee like we had on 1297, because we are looking at a crisis. So I do hope we find some different funding mechanisms, because this is the most important bill and important issue this session, but we can't betray core principles and lose trust of the voters and the citizens of Colorado. Thank you.
There's 20 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In case we've forgotten, we are in the second day, actually the second night of the 2025 extraordinary session that we have called here. Well, we did not call, but we have been called here to address certain items. One of those items happens to be House Bill 25B 1006. Having sat in committee meeting, which just want to put on the record, House Human Services met for over 9 hours yesterday. We are one of the longest committees that have been running. Not a precedent we want to keep, but it seems that healthcare is at the forefront, not just this regular session, but now this extraordinary session, or shall we call it the spending session, because that seems to be what we are doing. If you want to look at the pink paper, in case you've forgotten that this pink paper is what determines the fiscal note per these bills, and you want to follow along, we do have that. Looking at this, we are in a time that we have to cut $1.2 billion. However, I see positive numbers on here, not negative. For those who might be watching on a Friday night because you have nothing better to do or you are concerned about the state of our state, I want to make sure that you are recognized that when it has a negative in front of it, that means we are saving the money of the state. When it has a no negative in front of it, we are actually drawing money from the state. As it was mentioned, when we look at here, it has a transferred funds. Here, as a government entity, apparently, and I learned this yesterday in committee when we had people testifying on this, transferred funds are something allotted by the government that the people of Colorado don't get. So it's very hard because government's allowed to do it, the people are not. Transferred funds coming from the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund to go into this. It is called a loan, what would be recognized anytime people of Colorado take out a loan, whether it be for healthcare reasons, education reasons, for a car. That is considered debt until it's fully paid off. So why don't we hold the state to the same standard we hold the people? While it's recognized as a loan here, let's call it what it is and not keep relabeling everything, because let's just be honest to the people. This is a debt that it is in the bill written to repay, but we are pushing this down the road. We are pushing this debt, this crisis. Let me remind you, we had to cut 1.2 in the 2025 regular session, and we have been called back to do this again, to cut more money, because what we seem to do here as a body is to push the issue down the road. I am assuming you all are aware with the pass the buck mentality. Essentially, that is what we are doing, is passing the buck. However, this time, because it is taking from the unclaimed property trust fund, we are passing the buck by robbing Peter or robbing the people of Colorado, because this is their dollars, not government dollars. This is the people's dollars that they have the right to claim back. We've heard this discussion endless times, not just this extraordinary spending session, but we've heard it in the 2025 regular session as well. This is the people's money, not the government money, but we're going to rob the people to then put this into other funds that we deem, I guess, more appropriately funded. Instead, I do want to make sure that we are aware, for those who are not able to listen to the over 8-hour testimony happening in House Health Human Services, it was discussed actually by our state treasurer that there are other ways to fund this mechanism. However, that was blatantly ignored. There were no amendments accepted, offered to look at other means of funding for these healthcare aspects. Instead, we decided we are going to put it on the backs of Coloradans, the backs of you who are listening here from all 64 counties. While I represent House District 63, which, just to inform you, has Logan County, Morgan County, Sedgwick County, Phillips County, Washington County, Yuma County, and most of the landmass of Weld County. We do have 64 counties all being affected by what's going on right now here, and this is money that is yours. You should be able to claim this. That is why it's called a trust unclaimed. Now, it was, pointed out to me that the state is considered the trustee of these funds until the people claim it. I don't know about you all, but I don't trust the state by what we've been seeing. I don't trust, what's been happening. I do want to verify that we are putting money back to the people while we're looking at health care. But getting right back to the bill, let's look at 25. Let's look at House Bill 25B 1006. If you want to follow along, we do have this paper here. It happens to be, a couple more pages than we would probably expect, because let's be real, how many people in Colorado had a chance to look at this when they're busy trying to put more money in their wallets and protect it from government?
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure we're on the right bill. You're talking about a different House bill than House Bill 1006?
No, Mr. Chair, but talking to the bill on 10006, when we are looking at helping taxpayers of Colorado keep money in, it very much goes against it when we're taking money out of the unclaimed property tax fund, because that is their money. So we are looking exactly at the same bill. But do want to point out that if you look, because this is a bill for an act concerning modifications to the Colorado Health Insurance Affordability Enterprise. Not a fan of the word enterprise. As we all know, it goes into the Colorado Taxpayer Bill of Rights. There are some allegations there we need to flesh out, but I will get to that in a second. But it is the affordability enterprise to address the affordability of health insurance in the individual market using non-appropriated funding sources. Non-appropriated. Funny how they use that, and then we go back to this pink sheet that I mentioned earlier, where it says on a temporary basis. Well, this doesn't seem temporary when we're pushing this down the road, passing the buck for the people, but let's continue to actually know what this looks at when we're looking at temporary. If you want to go to page 2, line 6, enhanced premium tax credit means the premium tax credit as amended by the Federal American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Publication L 1172, and the Federal Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, Publication L 117, 169, 136, State 1818 of 2022. Want to refresh everyone's mind, this was done during the administration, the Biden administration, in response to COVID. This was supposed to be temporary. We seem to hear temporary a lot in Colorado, a lot in the state, depending on how you want to look at it by different party affiliations. Temporary in government, for those watching, is not temporary. Do not trust the word temporary. It's been verified many times that it ends up finding a way to be extended. Extended into ways that get more costly and do not save anyone money, does not make things more affordable, because now we're pulling money from one area to pull the other. However, when we're looking at this and now wanting to expand to temporary, we have a huge issue, especially when it comes to the Unclaimed Property Trust Fund, because this mechanism was used many times in the 2025 regular session that we had adjourned in May 11th to be exact, Or was it May 13th? It seems so far ago, and yet we're here again when I thought we would not reconvene until next January. The people of Colorado did not want us to reconvene until next January because we are supposed to be in 120 days to figure things out. Unfortunately, we did not figure it out, but I do want to say, though, when we're looking at this, looking at affordability, looking at making sure things are covered, do want to point that this is looking at health insurance in the individual market. Just so everyone's aware, if you weren't watching, we did have 2 insurances pull out or make the statement that they were going to pull out of the state yesterday. With the timing, that happens to be everything happens this week. We've had these 2 insurers pull out. We had special session convened. We had this bill read on first, then rushed through committee. When people were busy working and could not figure out when these were going to be held. Not to mention, for those who were unaware, we had technical difficulties that made it very hard for the people of Colorado to fully participate in the government that's supposed to be by the people, for the people, because it is we the people. Nope, we had technical difficulties in a special session that was called to look at spending, and we are now inflating aspects. I do want to point to also on the record, I've seen it as a trend for something that we're supposed to be spending money. Why do we have so many pink sheets, again, the fiscal notes, that have positive dollars, meaning that we are spending more money? I am from the country. I know simple country math, but when we're supposed to be saving money, why are we now allocating more money to be spent? Now, I never want to be on the Joint Budget Committee or Finance Committee, as these numbers get very complicated when government gets involved. It is government math. I only did country math. But looking at it, when you are trying to save Colorado money, when you are trying to save taxpayers money, and you're trying to make things more affordable, you do not add fiscal notes that exceed the amount that most people can see in their savings or in their budgets in many years combined. I know I look at these numbers, and it is not something I've had probably in my life savings worth. And I probably speak on many Coloradans' behalf that we are playing with a lot of money that we are just tossing around, and we have to better allocate. So let's get back to the bill, though, because we just finished on page 2. Now let's go to page 3. Section 2 on line 5, for those who are following. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1016-1205, we are amending the introductory portion and then adding as follows: health insurance affordability fees. Fees are another word. We seem to like to play with labeling here in the state. Often when I hear fees, I think of taxation. Fees are essentially taxes hidden in sheep's clothing. We have the Colorado Taxpayer Bill of Rights in our state. Now let's go back to that pink sheet that I keep alluding to, because we are supposed to be focusing on the budget and not policy matters. When we go back in here, it says types of impacts. The bill is projected to affect the following areas on a, again, the word that we're playing with labels, temporary basis. It will affect the state revenue, the state expenditures, state transfers, and oh my goodness, the Colorado Taxpayers Bill of Rights on their refunds. This is a red flag on a pink sheet that's being talked about on a Friday night in a rushed spending session that was called with short notice when people are too busy trying to keep money in their wallet and the state's trying to take it out, because we have heard times and times again, the government thinks they know best, and we are going to be a nanny state because the government wants to spend your money over what you should be spending your money on by your own choice. So we are going to go back now because we got to the affordability fees. Seems contradictory when you're looking at affordability fees together, looking at affordability health insurance when we have just chased 2 insurance companies out of our state and they are planning to leave. I know in rural Colorado, House District 63 specifically I can talk to, as we see more insurance companies leave Colorado, prices go up, they don't go down. When we see a competitive market become a single unit or government driven because they're picking winners and losers, prices go up. People have less options. So it's very contradictory to me that we are going to look at things such as special assessments on hospitals, which is line 8, page 3 of the bill, House Bill B 1006, for those who are listening or following along, when we are then trying to figure out all of these things happening so fast. My question, though, to the body, because I know it's been heard many times per this bill, the reason this bill supposedly is brought forth, it has been admitted, why the intent of this has been brought forth is because of the U.S. HR 1. Now, let's just make sure we take a recap on what's been happening in the state. We talked about protecting our safety net providers, making affordability for patients, and putting first in our state long before HR 1 on the federal level was passed. So to blame HR 1 is misconstrued, it is an scapegoat, and again, it's putting the blame somewhere else because we don't want to take ownership of what actually happened in our state. In our state, we are looking at this far beyond HR 1 at the federal level even had brought into the media's eye or the attention. We are looking at safety net providers, driving down costs, affordabilities, and we did seem to think that the unclaimed property trust fund was the solution for that as well. So, you know, we're back to this unclaimed property trust fund that we've been pulling out again and again, and we seem to think that it is limitless. Are we hoping that people are walking around losing property so the government can come up and swoop it, steal it, and say it's theirs? Are we hoping that people are so careless with their items and their funds that they are entitled to, that it is theirs, that the government then, I think it was called before, you drop a penny, the government claims it, it's theirs? Is that the thing that we heard before? Well, you lose any of your property. Sorry, folks in Colorado, the government now thinks it's theirs, and we're going to keep pulling from this fund because that's how we're going to fund everything. And if the government's going to use the unclaimed property tax fund as a piggy bank, let me remind folks, piggy banks are not endless. They usually are small in diameter. You know, when I'm thinking of the little piggy bank that I had, or technically the piggy cow, because I liked the cow version better, they're very small and you can only fit so much into it. By the time you hit the bottom, it's empty. Unless you're hoping, you know, your friend is going to drop a couple more pennies and you can swoop in to put it into that piggy cow or piggy bank, as we're familiar with, so that way you can claim it and decide what to do with it instead of returning it to its rightful owner. But that seems to be what we are doing in the premise of this bill once again. As we are looking, and I know it was alluded to by one of our colleagues, that this is premature. We are doing so many knee-jerk reactions on something that a lot of people are speculating on. Let me just pull up something that was handed out in committee just to make sure that we see, again, words matter, except in the state when we can use them, change them how we want, as they fit our narrative. But when we look at it, we were presented this in committee. The Colorado Division of Insurance has published a preliminary rate increase of 28 statewide. Preliminary, not that it is this. This is expected. But for the consumers here, and I am reading just so people, if they want to fact check me from Connect for Health Colorado, a projected again, not a set rate, not a firm rate, not a we are guaranteed this is going to happen, just trust us, make sure we push this through, and then hope it happens how we're expecting it. No, not a set. It's a projected 174 increase. However, when we're looking at projecteds, preliminaries, and no set standards, why are we so fast to rush something through that I can guarantee you in the 2026 regular session, we will coming back and say, we need to make amendments to this. We didn't fully see it through. Or, oh no, the federal level changed something again. Or the courts found something. Or, you know what? People decided that they want to claim these funds before the government can take them because we're making more awareness on the unclaimed property trust fund. And now we no longer have this limitless, bottomless piggy bank, piggy cow to pull from. So we have so many unknown factors that makes it more of a state of a crisis because we are banking, again, words matter, so I'm going to use them a little punny. We are banking on the fact that all of these things are going to happen the way we think, but we don't have a golden ball. I would actually venture to say that weather forecasters probably have more accuracy than we do here in the Colorado General Assembly. We are acting on uncertainties that we don't know what are happening, but we are blaming HR 1 instead because that's the easier way to do it. And I would venture to guess we would probably continue blaming the federal government instead of owning the own mistakes that happened here in our own state. More specifically, a lot of the things happened here in the 2025 regular session, which was in May, we're in August, was not that far away. We need to make sure that we are doing everything we can to get people back the money they want. Now, it was talked to me because I have been talking with constituents while we are going through this process, which, mind you, is very hard because students have went back to school, people are in jobs, but I did hear the thing of, what if when I go to claim my unfunded property tax that could save me from my mortgage payment, could save that I can get groceries for another month, is not there because the government decided to claim it? What then? I'm already facing healthcare costs. I'm already facing housing crisis. Now, if I can't go get the property that I thought was going to be a savior for me and my family to better budget for another month and help, because, you know, many Coloradans are budgeting month to month, week to week. They don't have this giant funding or relabeling ability that they can then pull saying, you know, transferred funds, loans, not a debt, preliminary, suspected, all of these forecasts that we see coming, but there's no certainty. Why is that? Why are we acting on uncertainty? Why are we not pulling from another fund that we can better account for that does not rob the taxpayers, does not rob those from their property, because that is a taking when you steal somebody's property. That is in the Constitution. That's been found in the courts. When the government comes and takes someone's property, we have a whole other issue. But mind you that, why are we not looking at different funds and different abilities to do this? And now, mind you, if we go to page 5, line 18, because this is a multi-page bill. When I was an aide here and working, I remember bills that were lovely 2 to 3 pages, and we seem to be making them longer, more complicated, and expecting people to follow along, or probably just trustfully blind that what we're going to do is going to happen, and we're just going to pass and find out, and then make amendments as we come, or play some other game to somebody else. However, when we go back to page 5, line 18, Health Insurance Affordability Board, creation, membership, powers and duties, subject to open meetings and public record laws, annual report, commissioner rules. The board is authorized to further recommend for approval and establishment by the commissioner. Wait a minute, I thought this was a board. So why are we putting power back to the commissioner? Bureaucracy, back to an agency that is done by the governor, who is the one that called this spending session instead. Where is the power of the people? Where is the checks and balances? We're supposed to be a body of 165 in this room that speak for all 65 counties here. And the sad thing is we only got an hour to do it. We only got one committee with limited time that this was read on yesterday, introduced to most people in Colorado. We had a committee yesterday. We're talking about it here. And I'm sorry, we did have a committee yesterday and we had a committee today. The day, even though it's been 2 days, is blurred because we've had so much rammed down our throats, and that's our job to do this for the people. Imagine the people trying to keep up with this with transparency. This is not correct policy. This is not a government by, for, or with the people. This is the people, us in here, trying just to tell the people that we know best. A nanny state that likes to steal pennies and put it in a slush fund piggy bank account. Now, mind you,
Representative Johnson,
Yes,
thank you,
Mr.
and
Chair.
apologies for interrupting, but the time for debate has expired. The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1006. For all those in favor, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1006 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole Base Leave to Report is under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1003 is amended, 1004 is amended, 1005 is amended, and 1006 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered, engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Camacho. Members, you have heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Gonzalez amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, House Bill 1005.
Representative Gonzalez moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Gonzalez Amendment L7 to House Bill 1005 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1005 is amended passed.
Representative Gonzalez.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Are we doing, which one? Oh. So, you know.
Representative Gonzalez, I'll ask you to move the amendment first.
I appreciate it, Madam Speaker.
You
So
bet.
I move Amendment 8004 to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues in the spirited debate. I think you all know we could be here for much longer. You know, we can go all night if we have to, but we're just not gonna sit here and take some of these policies. And I think people expect us just to just lay down, stick out our tongues and just take it. And, you know, we will respond, and I believe in a spirited debate, cordially. You know, and especially I don't appreciate screaming on either side of the aisle. So, I know I introduced this amendment to House Bill 10005. So this basically says the petition clause, again, I just want to highlight the importance of democracy. The will of the voters, giving the voters a chance to correct, you know, this type of policy that we're going to push through. Now, while I understand that this is November 2026, there is a chance for voters, again, to have a say in this. I know we're trying to fix a budget gap hole here, but I think the voters should get a say, especially when it comes to helping small businesses. I just want to reiterate my commitment to small businesses. I know a lot of you do too, so I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too very much love democracy, and so in that spirit, I'm asking for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the first Gonzalez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Garcia and Story. Please close the machine. With 22 aye, 38 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Gonzalez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Gonzalez moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee and not adopting the following Gonzalez Amendment L8 to House Bill 1005 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1005 is amended passed.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move 8003 to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it properly be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is striking the enacting clause again. I just want to reiterate my commitment to small businesses who have expressed their concerns with this specific bill. We can argue time and time again that this fee did minimal to help them, but as I've heard, every bit helps. And while there's been inconsistencies with the averages of what small businesses collect a month, I've heard as high as $600 for some of the small businesses. That does not benefit corporations because there's a cap as to how much the businesses are able to make income-wise. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment will actually shut the bill down completely, so I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the second Gonzalez Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Hartsook amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Hartsook moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hartsook Amendment L3 to House Bill 1005 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1005 is amended passed.
Representative Hartsook.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Hartsook Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and request it be properly displayed.
Thank you. It is properly displayed. Please
Thank
proceed.
you, Madam Speaker. So I was encouraged by the dialogue that we had here when we were debating this amendment during the discussion earlier on. And so I figured I would step up to the plate one more time and take another swing with the bat and see if we can get a home run. And we would ask for an aye vote. Thank you so kindly.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, as my co-prime sponsor said during the discussion on this particular amendment earlier, we all wish we weren't in such a tight spot. None of us really want to be here. We're here because we're trying to fight for the people of Colorado. And, you know, this particular amendment will just take more money from the folks that are really going to be struggling this next year. So in that spirit, I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Hartsook Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 35 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Puglisi moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hartsook Amendment L2 to House Bill 1005 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1005 is amended passed.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget amendment, or this amendment said that on or before December 1st, 2026, the Director of Research of the Legislative Council shall submit a report to the General Assembly analyzing the estimated economic impact of the repeal of the vendor fee on rural and border community retailers. We really shouldn't be filling a budget shortfall on the backs of small businesses at all, and definitely not small rural and border retailers. But before we do that, we should at least know the economic impact and make sure that the people of Colorado know the economic impact on their businesses. So with that, I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative McCormick.
I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Puglisi Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Woog moved to amend the part of the Committee of the Whole to oversee action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Hartsook Amendment L9 to House Bill 1005 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1005 is amended passed.
Representative Woog.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, and just a reminder, this will require that any extra money that the state collects from ending the vendor fee, or vendor allowance, I call it, must go into a small business assistance center, and that will be to provide tax relief or grants to small retailers. I feel they're hurting already, and this will just allow some assistance to them. Please vote aye or yes.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I will ask my colleagues for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Woog Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 19 aye, 41 no, 4 excused, 1 vacancy, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. AML Bacon. Please close the machine. With 41 aye, 19 no, 4 excused, and 1 vacancy, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following: House Bill 1008 as amended and Senate Bills 1 and 5 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation, and House Bill 1016 be postponed indefinitely.
Madam Majority Leader, do you have any announcements for us? Tomorrow? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Saturday, August 23rd at 10 a.m.
The House is adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.